Welcome to the National Science Foundation. Director General Dr. Sepalika Sudasinghe, National Science Foundation DG, Mr. Mohammad Nawawi, Secretary to the Ministry of Science and Technology, and distinguished officials from the Ministry and distinguished participants. We are gathered here today for the training workshop for regulatory impact assessment, proceeding publications, editorial process, strengthening quality, rigor and standards. As per the agenda today, the first item is the welcome. So I cordially invite Dr. Sepalika Sudasinghe, Director General of the National Science Foundation, for the welcome. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shanta. Good morning, everybody. Now, on behalf of the National Science Foundation, let me warmly welcome all of you to this much-awaited, very important workshop. Let me warmly welcome, first of all, the Secretary to the Ministry of Science and Technology and the senior officials. And also, here we have a group, senior officials from the National Science Foundation, including the Additional Director, National Science Foundation, and also very importantly, the selected resource persons, experts in this field to share their thoughts. Actually, the purpose of this workshop, as Dr. Shanta Siri well explained, to strengthen the process of RIA. So I don't think I have to explain all of this, but through this type of workshops, we want to have a team of experts whom can really strengthen this process. So as we all aware, policy making, policy decision making is and has become crucial in this country at the moment because of this, the turbulent and the economic downturn that we experience as citizens of this country. So in that sense, when we make decisions, so those decisions have to be technically correct, economically viable, and by the end of the day, that should reach to the benefit of the beneficiaries of this country. So NSF is an organization. We are very much focused towards the government policies and the policy agenda, where to bring the scientific solutions to the society. So that is the reason to NSF to work with hand in hand with the ministry initiatives, and also particularly this initiative. So with that brief note, thanking the group of the team headed by Mr. Janaka, head of the Media and the Event Management Division. Within a short period of time, he agreed to organize this. And with that brief note, let me warmly welcome and wishing you a pleasant day, and hope you will enjoy the sessions and the thoughts and the experience shared by the experts, among the experts in this field today, in achieving the end results of this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. As you all are aware, this is one of the event of a series of sequence. As you already aware, Ministry organized a capacity building program on RIA, and where it was surfaced proceedings by the practitioners and policymakers. So way forward, I think, to make a publication on the proceedings of the RIA capacity building program. So today one of the key objectives, I presume, making way forward towards strengthening you further for the review process. So to give a couple of words overview on that, the RIA proceedings publication, I now cordially invite Mr. Mohammad Nawawi, our Secretary to the Ministry. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to you all. DG National Foundation, distinguished colleagues, reviewers and experts. Thank you for being here. Your presence today signifies a shared commitment to a vital goal, ensuring our nation's policies are built on a foundation of clarity, credibility and quality. The document we are here to refine, the proceedings of RIA workshop, is not merely a record of a two-day event. It is a guidepost for Sri Lanka's future. It is a knowledge product designed to empower our policymakers, regulators, researchers as they work to strengthen our nation's governance. When our publications are clear, accurate, and professional, we build trust and ensure our hard work has a lasting impact. That's why your role today is not just editorial, it is foundational. You are the guardians of the technical clarity, analytical depth, and overall integrity of this work. This task is undertaken after two main tasks that were completed earlier with the support of the government budget allocation of 750 million for national quality infrastructure. We have completed these two tools with the support of you and other experts, RIA and NQI. RIA and NQI cannot succeed without the other. Together, a regulatory system that is predictable, innovation-friendly, and competitive was created. Our task was endorsed by the government because our ministry was allocated another 370 million for 2026 to modernize and strengthen our NQI. This investment will help the upgrades and digital transformation needed to build a world-class quality ecosystem supported everything from small and medium enterprises to largest industries. So far, our purpose today goes to beyond improving our publication by establishing clear processes and consistent standards. We are creating a benchmark for all future knowledge products. I want to sincerely thank each of you for lending your time and expertise to do this critical mission. The work you do today will echo in the quality of our national policies for years to come. Especially, I should thank National Science Foundation and our Director Planning for this initiatives, because they are working hard to complete, to utilize the fund allocated by the government for this task. I wish you a productive and collaborative session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for shedding lights on, I think his key message is today event or the today training program will be the key so that you will grasp the essence of the review process, editorial process, so that ultimately the proceeding publications will be expected quality and whatever the meet the expectations. So to explain the objective of the today's training session, I cordially invite Dr. Prabhat Abesirvardhana, Director Planning, Ministry of Science and Technology. Over to you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Shansiri. Secretary of the Ministry of Science and Technology, Director General, National Science Foundation, and Chairman, Sri Lanka Standard Institute, SLSI, and all workshop participants. First, actually, our Secretary and also DG National Science Foundation already mentioned some of the objectives very well of this workshop. I will, before I go into the objectives, I will just give you some introduction to the National Quality Infrastructure Framework that is funded by under budget proposal 2025, naming strengthening national quality infrastructure systems. So this system contains 4 layers. Because we have there are resource persons, 4 resource persons, so they will also know what is the background of this initiative. Then these 4 layers is that standardization, then metrology, then accreditation. Those are the 3 main layers. Standardization means it is handled by Sri Lanka Standard Institution. Then metrology is handled by Measurement Unit and Standard Department. Then accreditation mainly SLAB. So these bodies maintain quality of the quality structure of the Sri Lanka. Then in addition to that, there are many conformity assessment bodies. So that is the layer which supports these main 3 layers, that conformity assessment bodies like ITI, also that SLSI may be involved with as a conformity assessment body, and MUSSD. So likewise, they ensure the quality of the what standards, when standards are introduced, they ensure that those standards are met the expectations. So then that RIA is the regulatory impact assessment. It's a kind of regulatory system that make all of those standards meet people's expectations. That before and after regulation, we have to do some impact assessment, whether those regulations are aligned with our people's and society and also the quality standards. So most of the participants here attend that workshop on 29th, 30th September workshop. So in that workshop, while we are also the UNIDO supported us in this endeavor, few of them also come to today's workshop as well to support further, because they also saw that there is a good opportunity to in Sri Lanka to improve this quality standard. So, the Science and Technology Ministry has this initiative because until Quality Council established in Sri Lanka, government thought that Science and Technology Ministry will do this part with their history in involving the quality standard initiatives. So that in the workshop we have many contributions. Not from Dr. Delia's, not only from Dr. Delia's presentation, but as participants, these participants involved projects as well. And some of the projects I really appreciated. I should really appreciate that those 7 projects which were awarded in the workshop has now come to a good standard point. With those, we thought that we collected the experience notes from that workshop. So we already have now 21 experience notes, and we want to publish those things in a good standard. So many of you have many experiences and many the subject matter, you know. But with our resource person today, you can contribute to improve those experience notes, not only your ones, but others as well, by reviewing them. So the main objective is that improve the reviewing process of those experience notes and publish our proceeding book in a good standard format. So I think that UNIDO will also supporting in publishing this proceeding book. That proceeding book has many elements other than your experience notes. We can discuss those things at later stage of this workshop, and this will be a good experience for you as well, because this is some kind of new thing that we want to introduce to our publication process with so many diverse perspectives incorporated into a one proceeding book. So we have the chief, one of the chief editor, Professor Suravira here, and collectively, what we want is collective efforts in these things. So we think the people presented here will collectively contribute to this task. And thank you for coming among many difficulties in this period, because I know some people have flood damages as well, the big damages, but still I can see that they have come to this workshop. So thank you very much for all the participants to come to this workshop. And I think at the end of this workshop, we will have a good proceeding book to be presented to the Sri Lankan society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhat. I think overall message is somewhat it would be a challenging task. When we look at the review means we come up with a formal manuscript research publication, but this is the experience note. So somewhat extra mile reviewers may need to go. I am sure today with the sharing experience of eminent resource panel, definitely you will be in a position to take the challenge. Thank you, Dr. Prabhat, for shedding light on that. And with the preliminary notes, we are moving to the technical session. I think first session is by Dr. Dinesha Samaratna. So topic will be understanding the reviewer's role in RIA proceedings, with the special context in the context of RIA proceedings and what makes a constructive review. So I now cordially invite our distinguished resource person, Dr. Dinesha Samaratna. Over to you, madam.
Thank you very much, and a very good morning to all of you. Thank you to NSF for this opportunity to share our experiences with you. Just bear with me till we get the PowerPoint running, please. Thank you. Say a few things by way of introduction. My training is in law, in public law. So I have, apart from studying the law and its impact, I have also had experience in contributing to drafting of policies, legislation, critiquing legislation and policy, but also practice. So we are coming at this, or rather I am coming at this from the other side. So I have used certain examples which I hope will be of interest to you as well. And I also just want to make this disclaimer because I make this disclaimer in general. I'm also one of the members of Sri Lanka's Constitutional Council. Some of the things I say here are drawn from my work experience there. But as a matter of practice, I declare that. I have been given 45 minutes, so I will take you through what I have prepared for this morning. If you have any questions or comments, please note them down and we will take them at the end so as to best manage our time. Okay, so as academics, we do what we call academic reviews of academic papers. And that's not what I am going to speak about today, but I am going to draw from that and then combine it with what I think is what we should call professional review, which is what I think should be done in the context that you are working in. So these are the 5 questions that I'm hoping to take you through very quickly. You may know the answers to some of this, in which case you can compare my response and decide for yourself where you stand in relation to each of these questions. So what is a review? Who should undertake a review? Why do we review policies and regulations after they are published? What are the different points at which we should review this? And then, of course, the most important question, how should we review? This PowerPoint can be shared, so don't worry about taking photographs. I'm happy to have this distributed. Okay, so let's start with some examples. I apologize for not having the Tamil here. That is because I can't present to you on these technical matters in Tamil. So the act is the Anti-Corruption Act of 2023, which I'm sure as citizens you read about and hear about a lot. If you look at section 4 in the Sinhala version, it says, Vyavastha Dayaka Sabhave Nirdeshanaya, which is supposed to be what is in English, the Constitutional Council. But some of you may know that Vyavastha Dayaka is not constitutional. It's the parliament in Sinhala. So this act, there's another example where the same mistake has been made. So section 17, in English it says Constitutional Council. In Sinhala, it says Vyavastha Dayaka Mandalaya. So the Sinhala phrase here is different to the Sinhala phrase used earlier. Now in criminal law, this is a fundamental mistake. Because in our law, it's the Sinhala version that prevails over the English and Tamil version. Now, I don't have to tell any of you all the different steps that we go through when we pass a law. But here we are. And whenever I have asked a question as to who takes responsibility for this mistake, I have had no answer to date. Then we had to do this, which is the amendment to the law. Again, I only have the Sinhala version, but this is not to show the text, but to show the instances, number of instances in which the mistake was made and had to be corrected. There's more to this story which I won't say, but this is an example of the value of what you're trying to do today. Right? So just for clarity's sake, now this law is correct as far as this is concerned, but there are certain other technical issues about the law which I am not going to go into today. Second example, Women's Empowerment Act of 2024. It says, so this is a new body that is being set up. The Constitutional Council and the Women's Caucus shall make recommendations under subsection 2 within 1 month of the act coming to pass. Now, I haven't reproduced the other section which says you have to find 5 candidates from different sectors, business, trade unionism, law, women's empowerment, etc. You have to find 5 and nominate them under a month. The council makes calls for applications. To approve the application, you have to meet. Then you have to advertise. Then you have to give them time to apply. And then you have to collate the applications. So you know how the process goes. So 1 month given in the Act. Again, as you know, these are laws which go through so many hands and are enacted and then becomes a problem for all of us. We all know about this. This is the regulation that came about to deal with remains of persons who died of COVID. I would appreciate it if anyone needs to speak, because I know you're all busy people. If you can take your calls outside, because it distracts me, please. Thank you. So 16(1)(a) provides that all bodies have to be cremated. Because you're probably familiar with this example, I won't go into this. We were told that this was based on scientific evidence, right? Over 240 bodies were cremated in this way of people from the Muslim community. And as you know, they have a certain practice which aligns with their faith. And then we had this in 2024, an apology adopted by the cabinet. And again, they cite studies to justify their position. So this is again a very good example of the need for review, because it's not that we don't make mistakes. I'll come to the fact that humans do make mistakes, but obviously these are examples that we can learn from. Okay, so now coming to a review. So in my opinion, these are criteria that are essential. If we are undertaking a review, first we have to agree on the criteria, and that criteria must change depending on the material that you're publishing and the purpose for which you're publishing that material. So if it is a regulation, certain things will follow. If it is a law, certain things will follow. If it is a guidance note, etc. We have to be impartial. Impartiality doesn't come from nowhere. It is I think, a practice that we have to cultivate, because we are, like I said, we are human. We all have our personal likes, dislikes, biases. So impartiality is something that we have to cultivate as an attribute. We have to be dispassionate. This is something I often struggle with. When you see something that is of interest to you, you have done a lot of work on it, you want a particular outcome. But when you're reviewing it, you have to leave that passionate aspect of your personality aside and focus on being dispassionate. A good review is always detailed and thorough. It looks at the words, the structure, the punctuation. Nothing is left unchecked. And a good test is, if you do it on a hard copy form, which I strongly recommend, the number of times you made notes on it. Right? That's a good test. We have to have reasons. We can't rely on feelings or opinions. It has to be put down as reasons. If you can't put it down as a reason, that's a good indication that your opinion needs to be probed further. We have to be constructive. It is one thing to say something is not accurate, but it is something else altogether to explain how it can be improved. And I think a responsible reviewer will always make that suggestion. Sometimes we have to do our own research to carry out a review, because if the authors have left out certain aspects, haven't looked at the latest research, you have to do your own research and recommend that they look at those material as well. Right? So I think these are good starting points. This is not exhaustive. I am sure you might be able to add to this list. So when it comes to regulatory impact assessment, my view is that it must be multidisciplinary, because we are whole people, right? We are not simply people who have to follow a law. We are not all just a subject of a health policy, right? We are whole people. So even if it is a highly technical subject, like let's say climate change, there are still so many other dimensions that must come in order to make it an effective assessment. It has to be professional, not simply academic. And by that, I mean you have to think about the practical aspects as well. And I think in some way or another, it must take into account those who are going to be impacted by that policy or regulation. That could be through consultation, but not necessarily, right? There are different ways of doing that, but in my view, that is an important aspect, and I'll explain that why that is so in a little bit. So who should undertake a review? I don't think reviews are for everybody. It's not about being an expert in an area. We have to be able to have multiple perspectives. We cannot do it in silos, and I've already mentioned that. Now, pardon me for saying this, but Sri Lanka is now an over-credentialed society. Everybody has a title. Everybody has a lot of degree qualifications behind their name. That doesn't make them experts. So it's very important to identify people and their expertise based on the actual work that they have done. And I'm saying this because I've seen the harm caused by identifying people simply based on their designation or title and giving them the power to say that something is acceptable or not. Of course, I'm biased when I say this, but when it comes to regulations, policies, you have to have the legal perspective, and you have to consult someone who can give you a firm opinion on that. Firm opinion that aligns with the criteria that I explained before. And again, I'll explain why I say this right at the end. And again, I want to flag that the impacted community can also engage in review. For a short while, I did a bit of work with people with disabilities in Sri Lanka, particularly women. And when I worked with them, I realized they have a lot of insights that are never taken on board because, again, I don't mean to say this in a negative way, but often we think, at least I have thought, that I know better. So there is that challenge. When you are an expert in an area or when we hold positions of responsibility, we have to, I think, be able to listen to those who are impacted by the decisions we make and consider them also as experts of their own life experience. And then third, be able to translate that into regulation and policy. That, I think, is a true test of our expertise, being able to connect the two. I have an example right at the end where I will hopefully be able to illustrate this to you. Okay, so why do we review policies and regulations? I have organized them under 3 different aspects. So the first I have described as justice-oriented. We now live in a society where we recognize that we all have human rights. And those human rights emanate from the concept of human dignity and equality. So regardless of whether we are men or women, urban or rural, educated or not, with disabilities or without disabilities, etc., we all have the right to be treated equally. I don't have time to go into what that means, and human dignity. We all have the right to be treated with dignity, even prisoners, right? So if we start from that principle, so all those 4 bullet points are, for me, principles. Then it follows that we have to look at regulations and policies in a particular way. Democracy. We believe we all have a right to choose our government. We all have a vote. We have a right to change governments peacefully. And then again, that must reflect in the policies and regulations that we enact. Constitutionalism basically means, I wanted to bring the document. So we have a constitution. It has a lot of imperfections. But the idea is that a constitution must be above all policies, all regulations. And there are certain values in a constitution. Again, I don't have time to go into it too much, but equality is one example. So whatever policies we make must respect the principle of equality. Whatever policies we make must respect our language rights. We have again an unfortunate example for which I'm sure there are practical explanations. civil society was very critical of the fact that there was not adequate messaging about the cyclone in Tamil in the initial stages. Right? So one is it's a constitutional principle, and it also covers everything else we discussed so far. The fact that impacted people must be considered, etc. Rule of law. We are not a monarchy anymore, which means no one can say, I am such and such, therefore I am saying this, and therefore you must do it. That is, then we are not a democracy. We are a democracy with a constitution, which means if anyone is using public law, they have to be able to say, I am exercising this power under this law within these grounds, and therefore this applies. And I know if you're a public servant, you know this very well. Right? So rule of law also matters. So we don't give absolute discretion to anybody. We can't do that under the law. No one has the absolute freedom to decide anything in the public sphere. In your private sphere, it's a different matter. Okay. So the second set of justifications, resource-oriented reasons. We have now recognized that sustainable development is the approach that we should take to development, and we are all living the negative consequences of ignoring that. There has to be allocation of resources which respect sustainable development but must be effective and principled. So sometimes we may give more resources to some and less to others. But we thankfully live in a country where at least in principle we say if it is education and health, everybody must get it regardless of who they are. Even wealth, because we recognize it's a basic fundamental right we all have because we are human. Right? But beyond that, we reallocate. So some of us pay more taxes, some of us pay less. Right? Human dimension. Review is necessary because as perfect as we might be, as expert as we might be, we will still make mistakes. So review is one mechanism to address those mistakes. We need to validate whatever documents we produce, and that we do through expert communities, professional communities, and the public. And as we know, society is constantly changing, which is also another reason as to why we need to engage in review. We also engage in review, I think, I added this right at the end when I was wrapping this up, to make sure that there are ways to address issues that arise because of the policies and regulations. So there, I think, should generally be some kind of complaints mechanism and some remedies. So those also then need to be, I think, reviewed. Okay, I have only two more points. So when should we review? Often we think we review after something is done, and generally that is true, but I think it's helpful to think of a broader process. So when we have the idea, I think it's good to sit with a group of people and brainstorm it. Then you have a draft and you have people review it informally. So in academic work, we often write about 6-7 drafts and we get colleagues to read it on our behalf and give us feedback. And then the final product has to be reviewed, and I think that's your focus today. The fourth one is very important, periodic review, for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. And I think in our policy documents, even in our laws, it's good to, well, the laws already have it, it's good to record when it was adopted and when it was reviewed last, so that we know how current a particular document is. And ideally the names of people who were involved as well, right? So that we make review a habit and a orientation in our work. Okay. So this is, I think, the core of what I was asked to present. How should we review? So when it comes to policies and regulations, whether we like it or not, the legal aspects is a must. It's mandatory, right? And it is not simply a particular law that applies. You have to think about the constitution, the law that applies, past regulations, any policies that apply, and very importantly, practice. Because I don't have time to go into this. We have instances in which people say, but this is the practice, and follow the practice even though there's a regulation in place. So all of that has to be taken into account. And I'm sure you know that Sri Lanka has signed so many different treaties, from human rights based treaties to technical treaties. We have to also make sure that we are aligned with those. Then of course the subject matter, right, whatever that may be. I've referred to lived experiences. And then ultimately we have to be clear about the rationale for the intervention, whatever the intervention may be. Now when bills are presented to Parliament, they include a paragraph where they explain why it's being introduced, right? So for policies, we have an introduction which tries to explain why. So that rationale has to be articulated, and I think it's an inbuilt strategy to make sure that we are aligned with everything that I have mentioned here. So this is repetitive, but I think a review must be transparent. We must know who undertook the review. If there was payment involved, I think that information should also be accessible to the public in some way. And reviewers must be accountable and responsible. The examples I gave earlier show us that there has to be accountability so that we minimize the possibilities of unnecessary harm. The third is a tough one. I'm editor of the University of Colombo Review, so I come across this problem regularly. We need to be thorough, we need to be impartial, and we need to be honest. And we have to be able to do this when we are working on our own, and there is no test for honesty. There's no test for, well, there's a test for thoroughness. It's also difficult to test impartiality. We can all pretend. So, I mean, there are a lot of things that we can fix through laws and institutional practices. This is a bit hard. It's to do with our professional commitments, institutional culture. It's the hidden part of this work which is essential. Without these values, really talking about reviews can be very mechanical. There are risks that we have to avoid. One is politicization. There is a place for politics and there is a place for impartiality. And regulatory mechanisms, they can come from a political objective, political commitment, but when you do the document, I'm sure you can also think of examples where politicization is really going to damage the entire process. So that is a huge risk. We have many examples of that risk. And of course, today there's another equally pervasive risk. We are soon coming to a society where we don't have to do anything. Some machine somewhere will do it for us. So again, it's a choice that we will have to make. Do we want to do it, even though it might take us 3 months to do it, and an AI program can do it in 5 minutes. Recently, so I try not to use AI, but I know it's a losing battle. I took about 2 years to write an academic article, about 7 drafts, lot of frustration, reviews, 3 cycles of reviews, all of that, it was published. So I think Notebook LLM was the program. You can upload the article to that. And within, I think, a matter of, let's say, 15 minutes, it was less, it gave me a podcast of 2 people talking to each other about my article. It gave me a mind map of my article. It also gave me a video. I didn't want to watch the video. It was too much for me to take, right? 2 years of my hard work distilled in 5 minutes, right? So this is now we talked about structures, processes, values. This is a philosophical question. Are we going to do this ourselves? Is there a value in doing this ourselves? Which part of this should be done by machines? So some scholars are saying it is now time to teach philosophy at primary school level because there is no point in teaching them other things anymore. All those things can be done by a machine. And the same applies to us. So that's a huge risk. Partiality. And again, partiality can be tested, can be addressed, but ultimately it's also internal. And we get tired, we get lazy. I mean, if nobody's watching, nobody's going to be looking at this work, why should we do it, right? So that's, again, a fundamental ethics question we have to ask ourselves. There should be a report when we undertake a review, even if people ask for it or not. Because that is, like I said, that's the test of the robustness of your review. You should have a structure for it, it should be clear, it should not be too long. If you want to make it long, then you must have a summary at the beginning, because remember, a review must be constructive. Okay, this is the example that I've taken. This is from the Sri Lanka Bureau of Foreign Employment. I looked for a Sinhala Tamil version of the web page. I couldn't find it. Maybe it exists. But this is for women over 40 and under 40 who go abroad for work. Now, remember, just to assess this example, I won't take too long. We have to think of a situation of a mother choosing to go abroad under the conditions that we all know to work as a migrant worker. It's not the first choice I think any of us would take, right? So this is in English, and then there are, depending on what you're going to do, forms that you have to fill. This is the only version that was available online. Maybe the Tamil version is available elsewhere, but this is the only one online, right? So I'll just point out to you that in the second page, the Grama Niladari has to attest that she has feasible plans for her children to be looked after. And then the development officer also has to make a recommendation, right? Now, in my own research and other research, unfortunately, it has been identified that so the woman is already vulnerable. For reason, she's compelled to go abroad, leaving her children. And then she has to go and deal with public servants to get approval. There have been reported instances where such women are solicited for sexual bribery or bribes or just harassed. Not a routine thing, but it has happened. There is somebody missing in this whole process. Who is that? Where's the other parent? Right? So again, I don't have time to go into this. This is for me, I mean, we could have had a debate if we had time. It's at least a debate. How do we design policy? So we all know the concern here. There is research to show that when the mother leaves the home, the young children are subject to sexual abuse, often, sadly, by the adult men in the immediate and extended family. So that's the issue you're trying to address. How do you address it and develop guidelines and regulations and policies and laws, respecting human dignity, respecting equality, attributing responsibility where responsibility is due? What is the role of other institutions? There are so many layers of questions we must ask. So in my view, this is an inadequate response which further places under stress an individual already under stress. There are news reports of women who have been turned back from the airport and told, go back, you don't have this document. Right? So ultimately, our actions and decisions and choices have real world impact. So which is why I think this initiative is an excellent one. Our review processes need to be robust. I'm happy to take any questions if there is time, or comments, any disagreements. Any clarifications? Yes. So the comment was made that getting the input from people who have to, the stakeholders, it's essential. Otherwise, we are talking past each other. Our viewpoint is obviously important, but so is the viewpoint of, I mean, the urban. So, sorry to give an anecdotal example, but during the economic crisis, there was some policy that rice sacks of 10 kilos of rice should be given to the most vulnerable. The rice that was given was red rice. So the family that helps our family said, do you want to have this? Because we don't eat red rice, we eat white rice. So they didn't use the rice. So mismatch. That is not to say white rice is better. It's just an anecdotal example of sometimes well-intentioned interventions not being allocated effectively or usefully. Any other comments? Questions?
Professor, thank you and congratulations for the presentation and congratulations to the Ministry of Science and Technology. From the Unido perspective, we're really thrilled and we really congratulate you for this initiative. I just have one specific question regarding the process that you have mentioned, the review, and it's going beyond what is specific to that policy or law or regulation, and it's in the academic term, but the literature review, really in terms what would be the law or policies or regulation that somehow are that you're proposing or the country is proposing, and so can we establish some sort of inventory, specific regulations or law or policy, because for us at least has been a bit challenging. What would be your take on that?
So I think, thank you. All our policies and laws enter into an ecosystem. So I think what you're trying to say is how do we come up with a system where we are easily able to identify that ecosystem and assess that broader impact. So that's where expertise comes in. Experts in particular fields, that's our job. We should be able to say if it is corruption and you're bringing in law on anti-corruption, these are the laws the other laws you should be looking at. These are the provisions in the Constitution you should be looking at. So that is why true expertise is needed. But having a checklist is also important. Being able to say at the end, we have done all of this. So perhaps at the workshops of this nature, you can come up with a checklist, which then helps everyone to know that they have followed and covered all the different aspects, consulting stakeholders. Again, I just want to be honest. I have been at stakeholder consultations, which are not stakeholder consultations, but an opportunity for people to meet, have some food, and get a transport allowance. That's problematic. Yes.
I think you mentioned that.
Yes. There's a mic, sir.
When you are reviewing the experience as a reviewer, first review, second review,
Yeah.
having done many reviews, you get sort of getting to that level.
Yeah.
So I think what we can learn is when we do a review, we should pass it to another expert or whatever to finalize the review.
Yeah.
Just a suggestion.
No, that's a very important suggestion. In fact, that's how I learned to review.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I mean.
Yes. So once you come and do your review, consult someone that you have confidence in, whose work you respect, and ask them, do you think this is an acceptable standard of review? And if you are going further about reviewers, sometimes it's good to have reviewers from different, like diverse set of reviewers. So if you have a very senior reviewer, do you also want to have someone who is not so senior, who might have a different approach to methodology, and know a little bit more about other types of research, etc. And then I don't have a strong view on the sort of the men-women distribution, but if you are doing something in Sri Lanka, sometimes paying attention to ethnicity becomes important because there are cultural sensitivities that we may not know about at all from our standpoint, which someone else might be able to point out. Any other? Yes. Just one more for the mic, please. Thanks.
What you said is really appreciated that in our review panel, what we we suggesting, we included is that there are many layers of reviewers. That means
Okay.
very expert, technical experts, and also the people who are to some extent new to this subject.
Mm.
So they will have a different perspective. Then they try to request
Yep.
what is this, and then we will have a good review out of them as well. So the mix of reviewers is very important, I think.
Yep.
And I think with our reviewer panels and editorial board, we can do a good job here.
Yeah,
Thank you very much for that, stressing that point.
Yeah, thank you. Because, and the other thing is, if you have a doubt, don't ignore it. Record the doubt, ask the question. I have learned that the hard way. When I have followed through a doubt, we have discovered. So, just yesterday, I was looking for a case. And I looked at a book and looked at the reference, went to look for the reference, couldn't find it. Then went to another case that had the same reference, went to look for it, couldn't find it. Eventually, that reference was wrong. The judgment is in another report altogether. I have also identified mistakes in judgments. So the other thing that I should have added is the need to pay attention to primary sources. The work that you're reviewing should come as much as possible from primary sources. Because otherwise, you are giving legitimacy to potential mistakes that others have made in their secondary sources. So the greater the number of primary sources, the more legitimate a document can be, even in our own work. So ask for the regulation, ask for the prior regulation, ask for the section, read it, and then you will discover many mistakes that is your job to identify. So thank you. Any other comments or questions?
So, Madam,
Yes.
reviewing, when coming to the AI tool application. AI tool application, as you see, that is you mentioned as a pro. So, actually, for going to the institute side to the mind that whether reference coming to the collaboration with different entities, so that will give in one moment within short time. So this relation is already integrated with this one. So that insight we can get in a very soon time. So what's wrong with you and what's your exact idea on that? And if any policy is there, if it is wrong.
Yeah, okay. A very important question. If you gave me another session, I could have given a more detailed response. I'll give you a short response. So, people are now talking about what they call responsible and transparent use of AI. I'm not there, but I have to be fair by all of you and present that point of view, that it's efficient, it's reliable, depending on what you use, and everything depends on the prompt that we give the software. Which is why I said philosophy will become important, because we need to be able to ask the right questions. To ask the right questions, we have to be informed and critical and intelligent. Right? So, it is possible to get some tasks done by AI. So, for instance, you can identify all the key articles or all the past policies, give it to an AI software and say, summarize it for me. That might be possible. At University of Colombo Review, the policy that we are developing for ourselves is to say, you can use AI and tell us that you used it for collating information, for identifying information, for summarizing it. But analysis has to be your own. So that is one helpful idea that I can give you. My frank assessment is that is not the challenge we have. The challenge we have is that analysis by AI is being passed off as human. So, for certain tasks, again, we can have a policy. Even for the government, there can be a policy. Now, there are certain countries where judges use AI for sentencing, and some say it's a good approach and a fair approach. Some have criticized it. But ultimately, we should be having discussions like this, because there is no way to figure out the answers, and our answers also have to be constantly reviewed, because this is working at a much faster pace than any of us can ever work on our own or even collectively. So thank you for the question.
To that, after AI, you might get the correct answer. Answer is one thing, the process is another. So process also must be proper, discipline, whatever you say.
Yeah. So that is the philosophical part, sir. So for instance, if I can't read a document and understand it, and I'm constantly relying on AI to give me the bullet points, at some point I am going to lose the ability to read a document. So as an academic, what am I then? So the process is important to being human, not for being effective or expedient. So that's why I said it's philosophical ultimately. What do we want to be as a country, as people, as institutions? If we only want to be fast and efficient and all of that, whatever, but if we also want to cultivate certain ways of being and functioning, then we make a choice. So this is not a good comparison, but this is the comparison I have been using a little bit. It's like choosing to use cooked food from scratch or fast food. And we know the why we choose either of those two options, right? Right, one more comment or question? Okay, thank you very much. I enjoyed preparing for this and I hope you found this useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samaravira. I think your content, it was very useful and valuable, which depict so many questions and comments from the audience. To complement, of course, I think this also would be very useful. We are speaking only the AI, but other parts, many responsible researchers and other experts always trying to do the responsible AI. Whenever research article or review or output, if you are getting from AI, that called the new context is the prompt engineering. Prompt engineering will be a profession, everyone to learn if you effectively want to use the AI platform. However, the challenging part, whenever you do review article or reviewing an article, where AI machine cannot be done, priority setting, objective setting, drawing conclusions, where cognition is required, that cannot be replaced with the machines. Even with neural network and machine learning or deep learning, that couldn't be. Therefore, at a review or any exercise, one proxy would be to identify are there any, coherence with your cognition part and priority and conclusions, whether your content is reflected in coherence. That may be. The other thing is, you could have, like being scientists, you use inter-laboratory comparison. You get one report, you get the test done by another laboratory, so you compare. So if you get an output from one AI platform, you could verify with another platform. Okay, this is my question, this is the answer, so that somewhat your output could be verified, somewhat enhance the reliability and credibility. So it's an complementary to the session. Next, we move on to the next speaker, Dr. Unnati Samaravira. She will, Dr. Samaravira will speak on editorial workflow and publication standards, basic structure, formatting and quality requirement, handling comments and revisions. Very important. If you want to end up with a good review or the good quality article, handling comments and revisions also is very important in the process. So therefore, I cordially invite Dr. Samaravira. Floor is over to you, madam.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me, and thank you, Professor Dinesha, for making my life easier. So because she provided the main context. My session is about editorial workflow and publication standards, ensuring consistency, quality, and impact. So my background is sociology, so I'm also coming from then social sciences, so my perspective might be quite, I would say, different from your technical sort of content. So in my session, I'm planning to cover these 3 points mainly. about the editorial workflow, how the process of quality reviewing, what is the process for quality reviewing, I would say. Then publication standards. There I would like to bring the 3 pillars of professional publication standards. And also I'll be talking about handling comments and revisions from both reviewer and the author perspective. So what you could expect in revisions as reviewers. Yes, so when we talk about editorial workflow, we need to understand it is something more than proofreading. As Professor Samararatne was mentioning, that we need to make sure about the content, we need to agree with the all grammatical and spelling in terms of the content, as well as the structure and the other things as well. So then the question is why we need a formal workflow. Yes, so ensuring consistency or ensuring consistent quality across the document is important, and also to prevent errors and omissions, just to make sure that we agree with the content as much as possible as the experts. For me, when you become a reviewer, you are the expert actually, one of the experts in the field. So we need to agree with the content. So in that sense, clear identification of the role and the responsibilities as reviewer is also important. Yes, managers' time and expectations. So what do you expect from the particular documents that you are reviewing as a reviewer? And yes, and build in rigor at every stage. So when we talk about review or the review process, I think we need to understand this is an interactive process. So there are a few steps which are interrelated. So you need to understand this more as a interactive process instead of a linear process. So this is just the basic format, I would say, because I try to keep it more into a sort of technical sort of content. First, you can start with conducting the technical review, then move to the submitting author revisions and final versions, then copy edit, proofread, format and publishing. So I think that you are going to start with this, the conducting the technical review. So when we do the review, there are different ways of doing reviews depending on the nature of publication that you are expecting as the outcome. In that sense, it could be single blind review process or double blind review. Single blind review process means the author doesn't know who is the reviewer is, but reviewer knows who is the author is. Double blind review is that either author nor reviewer do not know who are the authors or reviewers. So especially in the academic context, we often follow the double blind review process, where either author or the reviewer do not know who are the authors or the reviewers, because it actually links with this whole idea of impartiality, that we all are human beings. When we come to know that this person is my teacher or my lecturer, I'm talking from the academic within the academic context, or this is my student who has completed the dissertation with me, we could be biased as humans. So in order to actually prevent such biasness as reviewers, we always suggest that we go with double blind review process if it is possible. Then after the reviewing, we can always send back our reviews to the particular authors for the revisions, and also with comments attached. Then we provide some time for authors to address the provided comments. It should be sufficient time given for the authors to address their comments. Then authors are given a deadline. They should be sending back the revised versions to you. Then again, the reviewers can go through the particular documents and see whether the authors have actually addressed the particular comments, suggestions given by the reviewers. Then, depending on the discussion with the editors of the particular publication, always you can decide whether you are going to accept it for the publication or whether you are going for another round of review with the authors. Then obviously I would say copy editing, proofreading, formatting and publishing, it's a more of a interrelated and technical nature sort of thing. So then editors have to copy edit, and sending copy edited version to authors is also quite important, because what we are experiencing in the Sri Lankan context is that we always keep deadlines, but when it comes to meeting deadlines, we often forget most important steps throughout the publication process. For instance, I have experiences that not receiving the copy edited version from the particular publishers, it could be problematic in many ways, because authors doesn't know what sort of changes that particular editors have made to their document. And sometimes there could be clashes as well, but the important point is, after the copy editing, the copy edited version should be sent to the particular authors for their approval before publishing. So it actually, I would say it's quite ethical, because eventually we are publishing someone else's work actually. So they have the right for their whatever the content they have written. Then you can go with proofreading, formatting, and finally you can have the publication. Yes. So then we talk about publication standards. When we talk about publication standards, I would say these three pillars are important for us as reviewers. The first one is the structure, then the clarity and the transparency. So structure will lead you to have a more logical flow, and clarity is in terms of the content, what nature of language is being used. And the transparency is about openness and honesty. So pillar one is about structure, or I would say structural integrity. I think it's important as a committee of reviewers or the pool of reviewers to have a standardized one structure that you all agree upon. Then everybody is giving comments on the based on the same structure. So it's in that sense you can always develop a standard. Everybody agreed structure as a template. So you all can use the same official template as reviewers to provide release. And again, I have put those examples actually because I am coming from the academic context. We are looking, when we are reviewing the articles, it's more research-based articles where we are looking at the research objectives, research questions, and the methodology and the findings. But here I think this is a different kind of a publication that you are working on. So think about the structure that reflects your publication, and depending on the nature of your publication, you can decide whether you are going with the summary or abstract. I think could be summary instead of abstract for the particular articles you are reviewing. However, the point is that you make sure there's a logical flow of the articles that you are reviewing, that you provide a clear structure for them. So the reader should never wonder why is this here. Each section should build on the last. So the connectivity between each sections of the particular article is necessary. As reviewers, you have to pay attention to all these elements. Again, for us, if it is a research article, abstract is sort of a king, but for you it seems it's more of a executive summary or the summary of the article. So it should actually provide this particular important argument of the article that you are reviewing. And eventually, when we talk about the structure, formatting is also very important. We always suggest our students when they are writing their dissertations, leave minimum 3 to 4 weeks for formatting their final thesis. The point is, the formatting might take some time than we expect as reviewers or the editorial board. So leave enough time for formatting. Like there should be consistency throughout the publication. In one article, you can have Times New Roman font, and the other article, you cannot have other type of font. Those consistencies are very important when you are especially publishing it online or as a hard copy. Then the structure, whole idea of structure is actually linked with the clarity as well. Clarity and conciseness. What sort of a language is being used in the particular article. Sometimes, especially in the Sri Lankan context, authors attempt to use more, I would say, more standard sort of vocabulary that the particular audience cannot actually understand sometimes. And sometimes it's easier to say things in active voice rather than passive voice. So that sort of things are very important when you are reviewing the particular articles. You need to pay attention to all those small things as well. Yes, we always suggest that you go with the active voice and the short sentences. Sometimes we read articles where one paragraph contains one single sentence, which makes our lives harder, as well as the people who are reading the article also cannot understand. So whole idea of a publication is we are communicating something through a written document to the public. So understanding the clarity of the communication should be there. Always you have to define acronyms. In the very first sentence that you are using a particular the term, you can always then provide the acronym at the first instance, then you can start using it throughout with the abbreviations. Also, if it is possible, in the documents that you are reviewing, you can always provide a comment to provide visual sort of a diagram or a table, because sometimes actually visual can communicate the message we want quite easily compared to 100 written words. So you as the reviewers, you as the experts in the particular field, you can always suggest the authors this might be best as a visual structure or a diagram, So it actually provides a more powerful message. So you can always pay attention to all these small things. Then transparency and rigor. Credibility is highly important during the review process. You have to make sure the content is accurate. And and as Professor Samararatne was saying, if some information is not coming through the author's primary investigation, the in-text citations and referencing are quite important, where the credibility of in-text citations or the credibility of secondary sources. The authors should provide them, and it's reviewer's responsibility to make sure that those are actually accurate references that are being provided. The discussion we had regarding AI, using AI tools, because nowadays the particular AI tools actually provide fake references. It's like if some people are working on the disaster context, some professors, and they have written about flooding and landsliding. If you ask something about disaster resilience, they just put these big people's names and in AI tool and provide actually fake references. So especially we are dealing with this age where AI making so many challenges in our lives. So it has become a reviewer's responsibility to double check all the in-text citations and references provided in articles, just to make sure that no wrong references are being provided in those articles. Because I'm speaking with my limited experience. Last week I just heard from one of my colleagues asking whether you have done a research study in this particular area in Sri Lanka. Because my PhD was about 2016 and 2017 flooding in Sri Lanka. So then I was like, no, I haven't done anything in this particular area. So the whole point was, one of the things that she has been revealing, that it was mentioned the wrong reference. So if it is being published as in the final, whatever the journal, it is actually problematic, because we are actually giving visual, or we are giving particular importance to a particular reference that is not actually exist in the context. So I would say the AI actually has made your lives as reviewer much harder, because I don't know, because in university we don't have access to Turnitin, so we can't actually say this is AI generated document. But again, when you go through the document in terms of the machine sort of impact from the AI, we can see some content are AI generated. So I think as reviewers, bringing that human aspect of yours to the review process and see whether this is actually a human generated document might be important. Yes. So second point, I have been talking about the site sources. It's important if you bring the findings from the author's primary investigations. But every time authors cannot solely based only on primary data as per their own research. They have to use secondary data as well. So it is your responsibility as reviewers to make sure all these secondary data sources are accurate, and even the referencing style is quite the representation style is also correct. And acknowledge limitations and uncertainty, that is also important. Always we need to understand that the work we are doing is actually, this work we are doing as humans. The authors are also humans. So there is a room for the limitations, because as humans, within the limited time available, the authors cannot address everything that we expect from the particular topic that to be covered by the authors. In that sense, we can always ask authors to incorporate the limitations of particular document or the limitations of the particular perspective that they have taken in the particular article. So the point is, as reviewers, we should acknowledge that emphasizing limitations is not a weak but a strength for the particular article. Yes, so I just have put this example. There's a way of saying that also. Instead of saying that we don't have data on this, there's always, it's much better if we say, for instance, this sort of a thing, while comprehensive data on X is unavailable, the best available evidence is this, the source Y, and suggests this. So always just to try things, try to say things in a more decent manner as well. The last part is about the handling comments and revisions. Here actually I have put particular notes thinking from both author's perspective and the reviewer's perspective. The thing is that you, in the first stage, you go through the documents and you provide your comments as the reviewers. Then you send back the same document with comments to the particular authors to address them. And they address it, revise it, and send you the revised document for the further publication. So in that sense, handling comments and revisions is quite important for authors as well as you as the reviewers. So I would say the goal is to incorporate feedback to improve the document without losing its core integrity and the message. So this goal should be clearly understood by both the reviewer and the author. That is quite important. I put this as just to show this more as a process. So the process of managing feedback, I would say, where you have to identify how the authors have consolidated and triaged the particular comments and what sort of responses and the responses given by the authors and how they have tried resolving particular issues mentioned in the review, and implementation and the finalizing document. I would say here this part is actually more, creating this triage is more of a author's responsibility, especially when you are submitting articles to academic journals. It is being advised that you collect all the comments given by the reviewer to one single document and make it as a table and explain how you have addressed each comment given by the reviewer. So if you prefer that sort of a review addressing document from the authors, again you can provide a basic structure for the authors. It again depends on the nature of publication that you are expecting as the final outcome. Sorry. And always both authors and reviewers can categorize how they address those comments. Substantive and the editorial and the policy and positional. I would say substantive in the sense that when you give comments, usually authors go through them and they see potential areas they can easily address the comments. And some comments they need to work a little bit more, and then only they can address the comments. So as the reviewers, we also need to understand this process. In the editorial sense, the clarity and the language is very important, as I have been saying, the clear, concise language and the straightforward. And yes, sometimes some authors do not agree with all the comments provided by the reviewers, and sometimes they actually provide more coherent justification for not addressing particular comment given by the reviewer. So that's where again that impartiality of the reviewer comes. You might be one of the experts in the field, but the writer also so the writer's point of view might clash with the reviewer's point of view in many ways. So you have to make an impartial decision whether the justification provided here is accurate and agreeable. So that's where again this whole human capacity or the human nature thing comes. So in the first stage of the review process, or in the first round of the review process, when you make a particular structure for the review, always you have to decide what sort of decision you provide eventually as the reviewer. Whether you accept the article as it is, whether you accept the article with minor revisions, whether you accept the article with major revisions, or whether you reject it. So for me, I think they are again, you are having a proper structure with proper criteria for the review process becomes important. And if you want, you can decide on a marking points also, a scale of points. So you can always decide that, just imagine that you are marking it out of 50. So you decide which mark, up to which mark you accept is the article as it is without any revisions. Or up to which mark you are deciding to reject it. Up to which mark you are deciding to give it as a minor revision or major revision. So when you have a proper structure with a marking scale, I think that makes reviewers' lives easier. I'll just come back to this. So this is just one example that we have been using in our faculty for one of our undergraduate to postgraduate conferences. So I just wanted to highlight, we have made 6 criteria, and then we have given some excellent, good, adequate, inadequate, poor sort of a marking scale. So you can always decide on that. The point is, when you decide that sort of a marking scale, it's quite unbiased. If the reviewer is actually marking it according to the particular criteria, then calculate the final total. So you can easily justify why it is being given as minor revisions or major revisions. And the point is, if you are rejecting article, a proper justification should be made. And I would say, when you are reviewing, providing constructive feedback is quite important. Without simply saying this should not be here, or this shouldn't be the first paragraph or first sentence. You need to explain. For this nature of article, it is better if you provide the context first as the introductory paragraph. Then you can move to the objectives of the particular study or the methodology. So, whenever you are providing particular comments to improve the article further, always try to provide constructive feedback. So, you just not simply say, this is not correct or this is not accurate. You always provide then what steps should be taken by the author, how the authors should be addressing particular comment, and why you are saying so. That is important, like understanding authors to the comment. I mean, when it comes to authors, they need to understand the comment within the context that you are reviewing the article. So in that sense, it's always good that you provide constructive feedback. Especially we talk about this sandwich nature. We use the word sandwich. So give a feedback as a kind of sandwich. The idea is not like that we say the all negative things straightforward in one go. So it's always good to start your review with the strengths of the article. So you say these parts are good, these parts are the strengths of this article. Then you say, however, we have words now, however, but, even though, I am wondering. So we use some human sort of words and just, tone down our negative comments a little bit, but say what you want to see as improved version of the article. So it would be better if you always give this background for this particular article. So that's a sandwich nature of feedback, but it has to be always constructive as well. So the authors can actually address particular comments. Yeah, it's completely up to you to decide whether you are going with the format with particular marks, but I think it's more easier. Yes, and when we talk about constructive feedback, always make sure provide a rationale for each decision, especially for rejections. Yes, this creates a. Here I have just put example of rejection. I suppose. I'm hoping that you won't reject any article, that we try always to provide with major revisions and go with the article. But it's completely up to you to decide. But the point is, if you are rejecting an article, provide a proper justification for the rejection. Then implementation and the finalizing the article. So we have to understand, then only authors actually make those necessary changes and sending the revised versions to us. The point is, after receiving the revised versions, again we have to go through the revised versions to make sure that authors have addressed the concerns raised by the reviewers. Again, my experience is, especially in the Sri Lankan context, I am mainly dealing with undergraduate and postgraduate students. So my experience mostly coming from dealing with our undergraduate and postgraduate students. So when they are being asked to address comments, usually they address half of the comments and they send it back without addressing the whole set of comments given by the reviewers. So my suggestion is actually leave enough time for that stage as well. So you have enough time to go again the revised version of the article and ask for another round of revision if required. So you have sufficient time to have a good publication eventually. Then only, as I have been saying, you can always finalize article. You can always make a decision about the final versions and communicate to authors whether you have accepted this article, and then only you have to copy edit the article. Usually, as I have been saying, after copy editing the article, then the copy edited version in the track change mode needed to be sent to the authors for their approval. That is quite important because sometimes copy editors are language experts, not always the field experts or the content experts. So the changes they make in words or the terms and terminologies might cause a bit of problem sometimes. So need to pay attention to that as well. The important point is copy editing also should make sure new changes didn't introduce any sort of errors of the content. Yes, I think, I have come to the end of my presentation. So please feel free to ask any questions that you may have, and any comments are mostly welcome.
There is one comment I want to make regarding, you said that you are dealing with undergraduate and postgraduate students. I mean, all the undergraduate and postgraduate students have their own supervisors, right? I mean, when they send articles or whatever from publication, definitely it's not a single authored paper, right? And therefore, when a reviewer points out certain things, then supervisors also definitely have to go through that. Either when they send the report, there should be a certification by the supervisor that the student have addressed those. Just a comment.
Yeah. Yes.
There's another comment now. I agree that whatever the author might, if we give 10 points to correct, they might do 8. So what I do is, I give them a table. I ask them to put it in a table. Editors or reviewers come in, and the action table. So that table will help us to see whether it has been done. That's on one side. That's the reviewer side. On the other hand, as an author, whenever I write to and I finish my changes or whatever, I do the same thing and put it back to them. These were the things that you asked me to do. I have corrected it this way, so that there will be no confusion in between. This is a practical practice that I have been using. It can be used.
Yes.
Now, for this workshop for the not academic papers, but for some kind of technical papers. What we expect is that most of here is also provide some articles, and those articles are in different flavors and different subject areas they deal with, and they are also at different levels. But I just not for all of us, we have to give constructive feedbacks for those articles to improve it, because as chief editors determine that those articles are relevant, then you will have those articles as reviewers. Then it is not to reject the articles, but to how we can accept those articles to our proceeding books. So with that in mind, because the test rejection will be done by the chief editors, So the reviewer's role is that looking at those articles and then give constructive feedback for the authors. So that will actually we have now 21 articles. So the qualities, that you can provide the formatting feedbacks about formatting, and also the that some part is missing. For example, she mentioned about abstracts, very important. But these are technical people most of the time. They may miss that abstract in the article. So as a reviewer, you can suggest to have abstract with some keywords. Those points are also valid, although those may be the simple things. So you can provide those comments as well as reviewers. So we usually we will do single anonymous reviewers, that author will not know who are the reviewers, but maybe the authors and also reviewers may know the answer. So we don't follow the double blind reviewing process. That's for sure. And then try to improve that articles as much as possible as a reviewer. So we will get a good publication at last.
Yeah, just to add to that point, we have to accept that this whole process is new to everyone. So keep that in mind, number one. Because we are not trying to, if no one is experts, we should say. That's number one. Because RIA process itself is new to us. That is number one. Number two, our objective is it's a process of developing the article or the whatever coming up to a very standard level. So therefore, the objective or something in your mind should not be to find fault with that, but to put them right and make it correct. I mean, that's what Dr. Guhat was trying to...
Yes, sir. The other thing is that when we give the articles to reviewers, today we will assign articles to reviewers. So don't think that we are not expert in this field. Don't think like that. You are, because we assign to you the article, that even though you are not expert in that field, as normal, as a general viewer, you can give some kind of comments. So, as not as an expert, you can also provide some reviews. Those are very important, because if someone, the person who don't know the subject, give a comment and the author address that comment, that article will be more readable to the general public as well. So the non-expert reviewing is very important in these technical articles.
Another thing I just wanted to re-emphasize what she said. When you are giving a negative comment, ඔළුව අතගාලා ටොක්කක් ගන්න එක තමයි කරන්නේ. ටොක්ක අනින්නොත් ඔළුව අතගාලා. Give the comment, it should be clear and concise. But give them the positive comments and make them, do it in such a way that they will correct themselves to come, bring the particular article to a next level. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the great comments. It seems for me it's more like a peer review process that you are going to follow. So I think you can take it more as a peer review sort of a process. And about the undergraduates, I might be taking a different position here, because as a lecturer, I don't write with my supervisors. I always give them feedback. But for me, the undergraduate thesis or the postgraduate whatever the research study they do, it's entirely their research work. So for me, I always, as a supervisor, give comments to theses as well as they're publishing whatever the articles, but I don't co-author with them, because I don't think, if I don't provide sort of a methodological or the theoretical sort of a background or the important sort of a contribution to the particular article, for me, I don't see it's ethical to put my name there. So it's very personal way of reading, I know, so but it's my reading about that. Sorry.
I just want to make it clear.
Yeah, I agree with you, ma'am.
Sorry, I mean, no, what I said was like, I mean, because when we encounter students, I mean, what I say is that, I mean, even theses, because we have seen, I mean, their theses are being
Supervised.
No, I mean, after finalizing, I mean, supervisors correct their thesis, and finally they submit, and then they undergo the viva, and then
They
the
publish.
examiners, they raise certain questions.
Of course.
The students, before submitting the final version, they have to address
Yeah.
those comments.
Of course. That's
As
it.
what sir suggested, like in a tabulated manner, they address each one by one. Then what I said was that it's at least as a responsibility of a supervisor just to see that
Whether
the
it's coming.
student has addressed those things.
Yes, yes.
I mean, don't misunderstand
No.
regarding that. And that's what I wanted to clarify, because then we know that the student has addressed those things when they finally, that's the main part.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. I agree with you, ma'am, and I agree with you, sir, as well. Thank you so much.
We are ready to start the next session. It is by Professor Tissa Ravindra Pereira. He will speak on practical review exercise. Afterward, there will be a group discussion on comments and improvement. Dr. Prabhat, group discussion will be with the group after grouping or after the
format, few small groups.
Oh, okay, right. So I cordially invite Professor Tissa Ravindra. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. There are some, known faces and people who are known to me. So it's very comfortable, to do that type of a lecture or a training session with the people who I know over a long period of time. Actually, I think I'll take, now it is 11:25. So 35, I'll be finishing my session. I think I'm not going to take time more than that because I have some other work after that. So when I was coming here, I was in the understanding of that there will be practitioners from different government organizations. But I came to know that there are about 10, academics as well, right? So you are working under some projects and all. I know I also have applied for one project, one funding project here. My 2 papers are also under review here. One paper has been accepted, another one has already been submitted about 2 weeks ago for the journal, for the social science journal, right? Very good journal, one of the best journals in Sri Lanka, right? Why I say like that? I'll talk about them later, right? So here, so I have to balance now. Now I am not going to use my slides which I have prepared last night after having a very little drink. I prepared my slides. So I thought, I'm thinking of not using it now because with the composition of people, the things may not that relevant to everybody. So we'll try to make it more relevant to everybody. Right. Now, when it comes to review exercise, review process, according to this group, actually there are 2 types of reviews needed, according to this group. That's why, I took this whiteboard to the front. Review. Here, review. So we have research papers. Whenever we get a research paper, review process, review being part is a part and parcel of it. Without review, no paper will be accepted in journals or even in the proceedings of conferences. Good point? Remember that. We'll talk about that later. Second one, project proposals or project reports. Project proposals or project reports. So you need to have some sort of a review or an evaluation. Rather than saying reviewing, it is an evaluation. Rather than saying reviewing, it's an evaluation. Right? It's an evaluation. Right. Now when it comes to research papers, for me, I can divide research papers mainly into, again, three categories. No, four categories for me. We have research conferences or symposiums. Remember that. We have research conferences, research symposiums. And second one, we have local journals, local research journals. Some are peer-reviewed, some are not. And we have international journals. International, normally these journals are being published in mainly Emerald, Sage, Elsevier, like that. Databases. They are databases. Remember that. We make a serious mistake that we believe that those are indexes. Wrong. Totally wrong. They are not indexes. Emerald is not an index. Sage is not an index. Springer is not an index. Those are databases. But the most important or the salient feature there is most of the journals in those databases are in indexes. Maybe Scopus, maybe most of the journals. Scopus, ABDC, ABS, Social Science Citation Index, those are the Web of Science, higher level of indexes. Remember that. Right? Finally, actually I want to take this part out. Very, very important because we are making very big mistakes related to when it comes to publishing a paper. Final one is predatory journals. If you don't talk about predatory journals, I think my discussion is not going to be complete. Right? And project reports and project proposals. Here, project proposals and project reports, for me, I can divide them into three. I think you may have more experience than me when I am going to talk about this. You may have funding applications. You get funding applications. You get funding applications, you have to evaluate and you have to give the funds for certain people. In SF, that's it. I also have applied for one, along with some academics in the Wovelas University. We are waiting for the outcome. So you have to evaluate it. And the second one is policy reports. For the government, for government institutions, you get policy reports from different people. They develop and they give the policy report. You are not going to just implement it. No, you can't do it. So you are the government official now. Last week I was calling this gentleman who was wearing a tie and all in SF. But his name, the person's name was here walking here and there very fastly. Yeah. And so I called him when I was in on 27th. I called him. I was there in Badulla, Ugavela State University, 27th. Ugavela State University, with the participation of government, international and local authorities, is going to develop a policy paper for developing the rural areas. Rural development. We are academics. I'm not 100% an academic, but I'm into consultancies, research, trainings and all. That is something else. I may be a different character, but when it comes to other lecturers, they are academics. So you may bring some abstract ideas for the policymakers to implement. You got the point? Day before yesterday, I was in a TV program. One of our professors was telling that to eliminate or to have a smooth functioning of the market, the products and services in the market, we need to, the government needs to implement some laws, impose some laws. ඒ කියන්නේ සුපර්මාකට් එකේ බඩු ගන්නකොට එහෙම ගන්න දෙන්න බෑ. ඒක එතකොට දැන් මේ වගේ පොලිසි එකක් දැම්මොත් මොකද කරන්නේ? What we are going to do? දැන් ඔයාලට පොලිසි report එකක් අපේනවා as a government officer. You get a policy report like that. ඒකේ කියනවා when there is a crisis situation in the country, ආණ්ඩුව restrict කරන්න ඕන බඩු ගන්න එක මිනිස්සු. You got the point? Government must restrict the amount that you can purchase from the supermarket. ඒක කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක කරපුවද මේ කියන්නකො ID number ඒක එයාට මම ගෝ ඒක කරන්න බෑනේ දැන්. දැන් ඔය දන්නවනේ මේ සමහර කාලවල when you don't have enough paddy rice අපිට කියනවා අද 10යි දෙන්න කියලා ස්පාස් supermarket. They say only 10 kilograms of it. දැන් අපි කරන වැඩේ ඒ 10 දාලා කාර් එකට ආයෙ 10ක් අපි අරගෙන. දැන් එයා කියනවා ID card එක පුළුවන් නේ. Yes, you can use the ID card. But how many? My wife also has an ID card. My children, both of them have. So maybe independent එහෙම කරන්න බෑ. ඒකට policy makers you get that type of proposals. Therefore, you need to have an evaluation. මම කියන කාට තේරෙනවද? You need to have an evaluation. You need to have a revision for that. Understood. Finally, project reports. And funding applications and some here policy reports and project reports. There are some project reports. When you look at the project, it may be feasible, but when you dig the problem down, you may see that it is not going to be good. For that, you need to have a kind of an evaluation. Understood? The Marwada Fulbright scholar, I was asked to come there. I was shortlisted for the Fulbright scholar, visiting scholar program this time. I went there. There were some Americans and all. One Sri Lankan lady was asking, where Lankave women-led businesses 25% compared to men. Why all the time business කරන you got the way. දැන් මගේ project proposal එක දැන් ඒ evaluate වෙන විදිය you got the way. ගෑනු හැමදාම ඉන්නවා. ඒතර මම මොකද්ද දන්නවද කිව්වේ? What was my answer? මම කිව්වා now if you go out of this hotel, Courtyard by Marriott, you may see many BYDs. Within the limits of Colombo city, you may see BYDs. If you come to a conclusion that in Sri Lanka, everywhere you get BYDs because within the Colombo city limits, you get BYDs. Is it true? If you go out of Colombo city limits, you don't see BYDs. You see Maruti, you may see Indian vehicles, you may see Japanese, especially Toyota vehicles, so on and so forth. So the way it was evaluated was wrong, understood. So ඔන්න ඔය වගේ ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා. මම කියනවා 125යි කියලා. ඒ evaluation එක යනවා 125 නේ බලන්නකො හැමතැනම ගෑනු බිස්නස් කරනවා. ඔය ඉතින් මාකට් එකට එන්නේ ගියාම මාළු මාකට් එකට එන්නේ ගියාම දැන් ඉස්කෝලේකට ගියාම වැඩිපුර ඉන්නේ ගෑනු. දැන් මෙතනත් එහෙමයි මම majority of you all are ladies. Well, in the labor force participation in Sri Lanka, ladies participation is 32 to 35. Yeah, ඒක මෙතනින් reflect වෙන්නේ it won't reflect here. You got the point. ඔන්න ඔය චුට්ට මට මූලික වශයෙන් summarize කරන්න ඕන. Yes. Scopus. අපේ professor Andis I'll talk about the indexes. Okay, this is the summary. This is what I am going to talk about with you, right? Indexes. Now, mainly we have four. We talk about four indexes. Scopus Q1, 2, 3, 4. The main journal here in this place, the journal is Q3 journal. The Lanka Q3 journal, maybe try in social sciences. According to my knowledge, right? Jaffna University, they have a C-grade journal in the accounting department of management. And SWIM, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, they have a journal, Emerald Journal. It is also C-grade journal. They got C-grade journal. And Columbia University has some journals, management faculty. They have some journals which are into ABS. Okay, 2-star wage. Columbia University CBJ is the 2-star journal. Now I summarize karana. CBJ, very quality wise, not because I am from Columbia. CBJ has a very rigorous process of reviewing and evaluation of papers. RIA Yes.
Because I, 2 years ago, I submit article for my PhD, submit article to CBA, and I received my the most rigorous reviewing report from that CBA. Yes. Usually I have some closed string and engineering, but even from those journals, such a revealing report is not yet received. Yes.
But how do you experience? I'm not going to start. Now we come to the indexes. We'll start from ABS, Association of Business Schools. Normally, ABS is famous in European countries. If you have a 4-star journal in ABS, you will be highly recognized in the European countries, even Scandinavian countries as well. UK, it is a UK-based index, right? ABS. Second one, ABDC, Australian Dean's Council, so blah, right? Index, ABDC. ABDC is mainly recognized in Australia, New Zealand, and even in Sri Lanka, type of countries which are depending upon us. Lanka is ABDC local recognition not in other countries. And the third one is Social Science Citation Index, actually which was managed by Thomson Reuters. It is different, right? And finally, the Scopus. The Lanka there is a boom that, and also there is a very high recognition and acceptance for Scopus journals. It means indexing of Scopus. Have I put it there? Make a mathematical Scopus Q3, Q2 ඒක කොහොමද වෙන්නේ කියලා මට තාම තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ. I don't understand how it happens. There are some Indian agencies, some Indian institutions, some Indian people, even Bangladeshis, they are working and they say that within 3 weeks, after incorporating all the reliefs, your paper will be then be able to call phone number. They give a phone number. In this list, all these journals are indexed in Scopus. You can very quickly publish. They don't send the paper as it is what we send to them. What they do is, they review it, they correct it, they edit the language, and they say, accept anyone, but I'm not a native speaker. Mama CPJ, Mama is special editor, Mama write up. Mama liwa, if I wrote a write up. Right? One UK, US professor, eminent professor. System I removed my one and I took this one because he is a native student. Professor Scopus. ABDC, in ABDC journals, in ABS, social science citation, very difficult. Even if it is a secret journal, it is difficult. But Scopus, and also there is a degradation. Some, if you go to, sometimes the journal is Q3 or Q4. After 5 years, that journal is not there in their list. It happens not because they have not paid money on time. These experiences, they say it is in Q3, it's a Q3 article. But personally, it is better to give the priority to ABS or ABDC or social science citation index over and above Scopus. Scopus is also very good. It's a very good index. I'm not telling you, but my experience is there are certain routes where you can bypass it. Sometimes I make it home, but my experience is that there is a very high probability of test rejecting your article. And also, if you take ABS, ABS, Social Science Citation Index, and ABDC, most of the journals in these three indexes are in all the indexes. But some Scopus journals are not in these indexes. Experience. Because sometimes I may be wrong, right? Thank you very much, Professor, asking me that question.
Sorry, Mate. මේ ජර්නල් වර්ග එක එක උස්පාස් කියන එක වැරදි. එක එක මට්ටම් වල පොලිටිකලි සිතාම වැදගත් දෙයක් මේ පොලිසි කියලා දුන්නා. එතකොට ඒක කොහොමද අපේ RIA එකේ ජර්නල්ස්, RIA එකේ පේපර්ස් නැත්නම් RIA එකේවා රිවිව් කරනකොට, RIA එකේව ලියනකොට කොහොමද ඒක බලපාන්නේ කියන එක අපි තනි තනියෙන් හිතන්න. අපි සමහරවිට මේ ලියනවා එකපාරට ස්කෝපස් වල ටේබල් එකක් කරලා දාන්න එකක් නෑ. හැබැයි මේක වැදගත්. මේක ඉතාම වැදගත් කැලලක් මේ කතාවේ. එතකොට අපි මේ රිවිව් කරනකොට ලියනකොට හිතන්න ඕනේ මෙහෙම තැනක් තියෙනවා. අන්ද තියෙනවා. පොල් ගහටවත් නගින්න අන්දට විදින්න ඕනේ කියලා. ඒක එක. දෙවෙනි එක මේ කියන අදහස් එකතු එකතු කරගෙන අපි review process එකයි අපි green process එකයි ඒ quality එක දාන්න ඕනේ කියන
අනිවාර්යයෙන් quality is very important. Quality matters. Sri Lanka needs quality. That's all. Nothing else. ඔය මොනවද Facebook postings දාලාවත් ඔය මොකෝ දැන් තාජු තේ ගිහලා මම ඉන්වෙස්ට් එකේ මේ ලෙක්චර් කරා කියලා මගේ ප්‍රොෆයිල් එකේ මම දායි. අපි සාමාන්‍ය මිනිස්සුනේ we are not I have not attained Nibbana, no, therefore I'm just a man. An ordinary man. Right, thank you. An ordinary man. But quality matters. The quality is quality without having a good quality, you can't, we can't bring our academic rigor to a higher level. Why we say that the UK, why you are planning to go to UK, Australia, New Zealand, US for your higher studies? Reason is, there is a reason behind that. Not because other countries are I never recommend people to go to a non-English speaking country. I studied in a non-English speaking country. I studied by myself. Mama taniyen karagatte. Mama venassune mata avudu 3ක් විතර ගියා ගොඩ එන්න. I took more than 3 years to come out from the problems I have faced. Good point. ඒක නිසා මම recommend කරන්නේ කිසිම කෙනෙකුට. I recommend දැන් මම ගොඩාක් ඒ foreign academics එක වැඩ කරන නිසා මම දන්නවා මේ පාරම UK ගිහලා from the audience what type of comments are coming. I have never seen such comments. ඒ මිනිස්සු subject matter එක හරියනවා. එහෙම වෙනවා මම දැකලා නැහැ. ඒ සාමාන්‍ය university. Think about it. කියන්නේ ඉගෙන ගන්න අපිට අනිත් වැඩකට නැහැ. අපිට අදාළ other development matters in those countries and political matters are not important. Our matter is academic. If we get an academic rigor, that's enough. Right, now we'll come to this. Research papers. Research papers. When it comes to research papers, so the research paper research paper then conferences you send your papers to conferences. You send your papers to research conferences. There is a big misconception in Sri Lanka, especially, that the papers you send to conferences are publications. ये मागे Germany G Forum के लगा भाई क्या नहीं हो Germany Stuttgart के whole university secretary one association they hold a conference every year in entrepreneurship. So मागे abstracts पहाड़ तो कोई तिप्पा इतना ISBN number नहीं होती है. मागे एक paper का Uvela said one of my students, she has taken a photo and uploaded it to the Facebook, tagging me also that I published a paper in German. In this, we have not published. It's an interim paper. You present your papers in a conference to get comments. Based on the comments, you improve the quality of the paper. You can actually present your paper in a number of conferences. You get comments, you get review comments, you get oral comments, etc. Right? You incorporate the important comments or the acceptable comments and resubmit it to another conference. Final destination is submitting it to a journal. Got the point? Research one. There are two types of research conferences also. Index research conferences and non-index conferences also. There are Springer, that type of, they support Taylor and Francis supported conferences are there. Now this time Canada University Management Faculty Conference was supported by, supported by Taylor and Francis. It's a very difficult process to get the acceptance. There are some conditions to be satisfied. Yeah. And Springer also, right? And also at the same time there are some conferences in the West. They are well recognized. European Academy of Management Conference, like that. New Zealand and Australia there is another conference. UK there is another conference like that. So those conferences are the top level conference, Academy of Management Conference. Those are the top level conferences. Even if they are not in 4-star journal article, same as publishing your paper in a 4-star journal. Quality that is called quality. Right? And the other one, research conferences are that is the research conference, nature. So when you present your paper in a research conference, doesn't guarantee that your paper is a publication. You can have a pathetic situation in Sri Lanka is, professor any professor here? Professors are, yes, madam, now professor, even when we are applying for professorship, a conference for the present allocation it should not happen. Because you are presenting a rough document in a conference. Why we Mankitane Kala in Mindona, but Eka conference Canada that is how I look at it. And the other one is, we'll come to this, predatory journals. After that we'll talk about others. What are the predatory journals? Internet index that is called Bell index or something like that. Sorry? Bellas index. It is not been updated properly, but most of the predatory journals are listed there. When you work hard, you can't, you don't have time to check whether it's a predatory journal or not, so on and so forth. But if a journal says that, අපි publication fee එකක් ගන්නවා. මම ඒකත් වෙනවා පොඩි වියතින එකක් තියෙනවා. There is an exception to it. මම ඒක කියන පස්සේ අපි පොඩි publication fee එකක්. අපි $200ක් වගේ ගන්නවා to publish your paper, and also fast, very fast. We review it and within 1 week we can publish your paper. එහෙම වෙන්නේ බෑනේ. Can't happen like that. Simply you can believe that, okay, this is a predatory. That list is also there. Where tell me simply you can believe, it's a predatory journal. Most of the predatory journals are being, then Mama Tissara in the Berani. The editors have English names. You can name James Stone. Kila එහෙම තමයි edit වෙන්නේ. හැබැයි වාට සල්ලි යවන්න එනකොට data වල interest එක තමයි සල්ලි. මම serious කියන්නේ බොරු නෙමෙයි. Especially Bangladeshis are doing it. Bangladesh not UK විශේෂයෙන් western නම් දාගෙන they are doing it. මම නිකන් කියනවා. හැබැයි remember one thing, that there is a trend in the world, even though it is an index journal article, एक index journal එකක් වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. They charge. There is a there is a trend. Then in Malaysia වල තියෙනවා එක ජර්නල් එකක් දැන් මම මුලින්ම ආටිකල් එකක් යවනකොට they didn't charge. India also there was a good journal I think in Chennai. මේ අපේ ගොඩක් medical faculty අය එහෙම මේ majority of the medical faculty people were publishing their papers in that journal. මමත් එක paper එකක් ඒකේ ගන්නවා ඒ Q3 journal. ඒක හොඳ journal. ඒක Germany. So then you will $350 processing fee will be charged. ඔයගලන්ට තිරානිද වෙනවා. ඔයාලා ඉස්සෙත් නේද? ඔයගලන්ට ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඇයි එහෙම වෙන්නේ කියන්නේ? ඔය වෙන්න තිබිච්ච කාලේ ළඟ මේ පොඩ්ඩක් පහුවෙලා 2022 ඉඳලා තමයි ඔය වෙන්න තිබ්බේ. It could have happened from 2022 onwards. Who's purposely cleared in the van? There is an annual subscription. Big one. $100 more than that time. $1,000 කියලා ඒක රයිට් කරගන්න 300. ඊට රුපියල්. නෑ ඔව් 9000 අපි 10000 කියලා අපි නිකමට හදමු. 10000 into 300. ලක්ෂ 30. Given the ban, then most of the journals, what they simply do is they charge money from the authors. There is a very high volume of papers. Una papers in the Israeli maybe then real news to any. Quantity has gone up. It would be make a district check karla ivar konna. So Tagar Madinana very okay. Pay us this processing fee, then we will do the reviewing and all. The district check if it is not going to be rejected, to get the review, then he generally is looking at that to the giver. Saman in general is a legal name, the review was but you pay. It would take you can't pay it because you use treasury funds. Treasury funds say the name and from that you cover up that amount. The mommy can have that. Only one issue. But a whole journals charge karma, predatory charge karma that is happening in the world. But by looking at the journal, you should be able to understand whether this is a predatory journal or not. Remember that. Predatory journals are very common. Very common all over the world. And also, I forgot to tell you here, research conferences also. There are very low quality conferences in the world. There are two websites, All Conferences and Conference Alert. Websites there. You go to that, conferencealerts.com, conferencealerts.com and all conferences.com. Where did you get about that? It's not higher and brown monkey. We have මේ වගේ තැනක් හොයාගන්න ආයේ conferences. ඔයාලා ඒකට 20ක් විතර එකතු වෙලා conference එකක් කරලා ෆොටෝ ටික දාලා website එකක් maintain කරනවා. මේ website. That's all. However, conferences are coming back to this. Then මේ NSF එකේ මෙතන මේ premises මට ඕන නම් මේක rent කරන්න පුළුවන්. පුළුවන් නේද? එතකොට මේ NSF එකේ auditorium එක මම rent කරනවා. ඒකට මම corporate training එකක් කරනවා. මම එකක් කළා ඒ වගේ තමයි. You got the point? මම ඒක තන ඕලන්ට කියන්නේ ඒක strategically අපි කරේ. I did it under my company name. But I did it in a well recognized place. What we did was we rented out the place only. The යන්නේ මේ training එක යන්නේ මෙතන කියලා. දැන් එතකොට මම conference එකක් කරනවා. ඒක පොර conference එක. Low quality one. ඒක මම NSF එකේ auditorium එකේ කරනවා. ඒකට ඔය වගේ තියෙනවා Oxford, Cambridge විශේෂයෙන් they rent out. ඒතර මම ගන්න එක්කනේ මට කියනවා මම Oxford conference එකට. ඊළඟ මම Oxford මේ conference ගන්නේ Oxford වල කියලා ඒකේ අපි කියන ලිලි කියලා හෝල් එකක් තියෙනවා. a Lily Hall, they have rented out and there are somebody else is doing the conference. It was not there in the past. Now it is coming up day by day. Yeah, ethics and quality challenge. The උදාහරණ මම දැන් තාජුට් එකේ මොකද මට තවම තුනානේ තව පොඩි කැලලක් තියෙනවා මේ මට මේක මතක් කරන්න කතා කරන්නේ AI කැල දැන් මේ AI තියෙන ලෝකේ මේක වෙන්න තියෙන උපරිමය වෙලා තියෙනවා ඒක මම කතා කරන අන්තිම හරිය අල්ලලා මම ඒ චුට්ට කතා කරනවා හරි එතකොට අපි දැන් ඔය දෙක කතා කරපුවාම ඇති ඊටු ටික ඔක මැද්දේනේ තියෙන්නේ in between, no, because I want to give a weight to this. Yeah. Here also, when it comes to project proposals, funding applications, etc., actually you have a guideline in simple terms. Here also you have a guideline to review papers. Yes, I'll show you a few. මට පොඩි දෙයක් අමතකුණා මොකද මම මේ යන්නේ මේකෙන් පිටනේ මේ ස්ලයිඩ්ස් වලින් පිටනේ ඒක නිසා මට තප්පරයක් දෙන්න දැන් මේ තියෙන්නේ මේ මම මේ ඔයාලට මේ පෙන්නන්න යන්නේ ජමී කමෙන්ට්ස් ඇඩ්‍රස් දැන් මේ one of my PhD students she is doing very well and then where reviewers are දානකොට ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා ලංකාවේ විතරක් නෙමෙයි අනිත් they are not into the research domain ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් අපේ ප්‍රොෆෙසර් මොන ඒරියා එකේ microbiology molecular biology ඒතර microbiology කියන්නේ වෙන එකක් ඒ same ඒක වෙන්නේ එතකොට දැන් මම කියන්න හදන්නේ දැන් molecular biology thesis එකක් සුපර්වයිස් කරන්න මයික්‍රෝ ඒක නම් ටිකක් සාධාරණයි. අපි කියමු ඒක ඉවැලුවේට් කරන්න දැම්මොත් ෆිසික්ස් එක්සලෙන්ට් පුළුවන්ද කරන්න ෆිසික්ස් බෑ. ඒක එහෙම වෙනවා. තමයි කියන්නේ දැන් මේක. ඔය රිවිවර්ස්ලා තෝරනකොට ඔය වැඩේ මාරු විදිහට තියෙනවා. මොන විශාල ප්‍රශ්නයක් ලංකාවේ.
But I mean, I have a problem there because the students are registered in certain bodies and that particular board I mean, they are the ones who find the examiners when a person submits the thesis, and that board considers the qualification of the examiners. I am sorry, I mean, this is
some places, because if you don't have adequate number of people in that area, now you know what happened to this student. This student, so I had to argue, and I had to, force people to remove the two examiners. Because review comments, I am working with one US professor. He is a famous personality in that area, right? He is a very famous personality in that area. When he saw the comments, he said, Ravi, these are totally good. Then you know what happened? We prepared a list like this. We prepared a description, suggestion, comment, response by the student and the page number. Whatever you reveal, it may be a journal article, it may be a conference article, it may be a kind of a book, a thesis, whatever, you need to prepare this type of thing. Actually, I couldn't show you it earlier. That's why I'm not මේකට ලොකු ආගමන්ස් එක ගිය එකක් වැඩ. මේක මම මේ එතනින් එහා I don't like to talk about it. Then ඊට පස්සේ we change, right? And the other one, this one, I got this is a qualitative paper, review form. මම තැන කියන්නේ හොඳට තියෙනවා. Then this is a qualitative paper, but it asks what are the research hypotheses. Then review ඒ වගේම තමයි review comments ආපු එක්කෙනා එයා දානවා මේකට bad review එකක්. කියනවා මේකේ hypothesis නැහැ. In the qualitative paper there are no hypothesis කියලා එයා දානවා. Prepositions given no issue. Right? ඔය වගේ ප්‍රශ්න. You get such issues when it comes to reviewing papers. And this girl, we did a systematic literature review. We did a systematic literature review here. Systematic literature review. Two local reviewers were telling that these two systematic literature reviews, this argument is wrong. මේකේ main argument එක වැරදි කියලා ඒගොල්ලෝ කියනවා. ඒකට දැන් මේකේ argument එක අපි බරව කරගත්තේ කොහෙන්ද? එයා ලියලා තියෙනවා ABS here. Here. 3 star APDC 8. දැන් මගේ සජෙෂන් එක උනේ ඒක කියන එක හොඳ නෑ හැබැයි කියනවා. සිරිපාල ගුණපාලට කියන්නයි තියන්නේ නෑ නේ. ABDC එකේ A grade article එක argument එකක කරනයි ABS වල 3 star article එකක තියෙන argument එකක් අපි modify කරලා බරව කරපුවාම you can't say it is wrong. ඊට පස්සේ මේක කියලා යවුවට පස්සේ paper was accepted. You got the point. සමහර වෙලාවලට හිමු. ඔක්කොමට මම ගොඩාක් තැන්වල දැකලා තියෙනවා. paper විශේෂයෙන් ඔක්ක මේ social sciences වල වැඩි. මොකද ඔය science natural sciences වල ඒක කරන්න බෑ. මොකද ඒක කරොත් එහෙම ඒක ලෝක ලෙඩක්. physics එක්කෙනෙක්ට chemistry යවුවට එයාට ඒකේ expertise එක නැහැ නේ. ඒකේ jargons වත් අර උඩ level වල දන්නේ නැහැ නේ. That problem is that. But in our discipline, especially social sciences and humanities, this would happen. Could happen. මට papers වල මටත් දෙනවා සමහර ලාවට මේක accept කරනවද නැද්ද කියලා අහනවා මගේ කිසිම අදාළතාවයක් නැහැ. එතකොට මම කියනවා I will check it කියලා. මට බෑ මේක review කරන්න. I don't review. Right? එතකොට දැන් මම කියන්න හදන්නේ this type of things are there. Right. ඔය ටික ඒ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ඇති. Now we'll come to the AI usage. දැන් ඔය මොනවා කරද්ද? ඔයා දන්නවද? You can write your papers by using AI. AI tools. දැන් කවුරුත් දන්නේ ChatGPT නේ. ChatGPT is only one tool. ඒක තියෙන්නේ academic වැඩ කරන්න නෙමෙයි. I always say that ChatGPT is like a prostitute. ඒක ඇයි එහෙම කියන්නේ කියලා අහන්න එපා. ඒකේ meaning එකක් තියෙනවානේ. There is a meaning no when you say prostitute. ඒක මාර්කම් කොට අදිට හිතන්න එපා. ඒක මේ හැමෝම ඒ කියන්නේ good point. හැම වෙලේකම ඒක පාවිච්චි කරනවා. ChatGPT. No, there are some academic tools, AI tools. Some people use them. The very thing මේක use කරපුවාම ඔය ටැලන්ටින් වලට එහෙම දාපුවාම you can ask how much AI generated contents are there in the manuscript. How much AI supported contents are there. කියලා එනවා ඒකේ. percentage එක क्या කියලා. ඒවට ලෝකේ කොහෙවත් හැදිලා නැහැ. और මම හිතන්නේ YA ඔය හාවර්ඩ් වල MIT ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ පොලිසි එකක් තාම තියෙනවා. ඔය දන්නවා තව වැඩක්. Then you write your paper by using AI and you get an output, you humanize it. මොකෙක්වත් අල්ලන්න. humanize කරාට පස්සේ තාම අල්ලන්න tool එකක් ලෝකේ හදලා නැහැ. ඔය කතා කරන්නේ ලියන. This is the writing side. This is the writing side. Oh, but මම පැය භාගෙන් මට within half an hour හැබැයි ඒක කරන්න ඔයාලට subject knowledge එක ඕනේ. You need to have the subject knowledge. Well, because you define the parameters with your knowledge. Parameters ටික define කරගන්න you should have the knowledge. If you know the subject matter, within half an hour, you can write a paper. ඊට පස්සේ ඒක humanize කරලා ගත්තට මොන කාටවත් අල්ලන්නේ. ඒකට humanize කරාට පස්සේ එනවා අරකේ eternity වලේම AI supported this much. AI supported, not AI generated. AI supported this much. ඒකට අපි ඒකට එයාට කියන්න පුළුවන් මම grammar use කරන්නේ ඒක නෙමෙයි වෙන්නේ. You got the point. I use grammar. That's why it's coming like that. ඒකට අර comment එකක් ආවම මම කියනවා I use grammar. That's why it's coming like that. The grammar කියන්නේ සමානව accept කරන සමාන මොකද ජනරේෂන් accept කරනවා. දැන් මේක මාර්ක්ස්. Okay, අනිත් පැත්ත. This is one side, writing side. ඔබ කරන්නේ ඔයා කියන්නේ ඔයා document එක upload කරලා ඔයා කියන්නේ හොඳ abstract එකක් කියලා දෙන්න කියලා. ඔයා කියන්නේ abstract පහක් මට දෙන්න මේ. ඊට parameters දෙනවා. ඔයා කියනවා මේක කිසිම තැනක ඔයා කියන්නේ නැහැ. You don't say අනේ please kindly ඒව කියන්නේ do this, don't do this, do this, don't do this. ඔයා command කරා. ඔයා command කරා. ඊට පස්සේ එයාට කියනවා මට abstracts පහක් දෙන්න. Give me 5 abstracts for this paper. Containing less than 300 words. ලස්සනට පහක්. ඊට පස්සේ පහම ඔයා බලලා තීරණයකට ගන්නවා. මම ගන්න පස්සේ. I take the 5th. ඊට පස්සේ ඔයා ගිහලා humanize කරන tool එකකට ගිහලා humanize කරලා ගත්තා පස්සේ කාටවත් හොයන්නේ නැහැ. මම මොකද රිවිව් පාර්ට් එකට ආවේ නැහැ. මම කියන්නේ නැහැ. හරි. මට ඔව්. ඒක ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නයක්. නෑ ඒකේ මම ප්‍රශ්නය ඇයි කියලා මම කියන්නේ. ප්‍රශ්නයක් කරගන්නේ ඇයි කියලා මම කියන්නේ. මේ අනේ මැඩම් පොඩ්ඩක් දෙන්න. ඒක ප්‍රශ්නයක් කරගන්නේ ඇයි කියලා මම කියන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ. දැන් එතකොට දැන් තව එක මම ඔකට එනවා පිටුවත් දෙන්න. උත්තර දුන්නේ නැත්නම් ඔකට කල්ලා ගියා කියලා හිතලා මම ටක් කරලා ආය අහන්නේ. එතකොට ඊළඟ එක තමයි මම කියනවා මට keywords හයක් දෙන්න. කරුණාකරලා මට keywords හයක් දෙන්න. මට alphabetical order එකටම ඕන. keywords හයක් දෙන්න. මට APA style එකට මේ article එකට අදාළ all give me 50 references. දෙන්න. දෙනවා. කිසි ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. conclusion එක මට පොඩ්ඩක් ලියලා දෙන්න ලස්සනට. එහෙම කියනවා. Titles මට 10ක් දෙන්න. Out of the 10 titles I am going to pick one. දැන් ප්‍රශ්නේ මොකද නෙමෙයි. එයා දෙනවා some citations. ඒවා බොරු citations. දැන් උදාහරණයකට අපි කියමු ChatGPT කියලා. AI වල ප්‍රශ්නේ තමයි AI learns. It learns, it can learn. That is why it is called AI. It can then මිනිස්සු learn කරනවානේ. දැන් මෙතන ඔයා මෙතන එළියට යනකොට ඔන්නෝට මාක් එක දාගෙන යනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඔයා වැඩ කරන්නේ එතන ඉඳලානේ. කිව්වද පොයි. ඒ වගේ තමයි AI වලට 500ක් විතර මිනිස්සු ඉඳගෙන ලංකාවේ in Sri Lanka, the capital city of Sri Lanka is හම්බන්තොට කියලා දුන්නාම එතකොට කොළඹ හරි ශ්‍රී ජයවර්ධනපුර කියන ප්‍රමාණයට වඩා වැඩියෙන් කියන්නේ හම්බන්තොට නම් ඒක වාගේ පේපර් එකේ හම්බන්තොට තමයි. අන්න ඒක තමයි ප්‍රශ්නයක් කරගන්න ඕනේ. තව එකක් තියෙනවා. ඕකට තව ආගියුමන්ට් එකක් ගේනවා කට්ටිය. දැන් ලංකාවේ එක කාලයක තිබා one time we were opposing front wheel vehicles. Can you remember? Front wheel. They were front wheel. Yeah, you see. At that time, we were opposing automatic vehicles. Don't buy now 90% of the vehicles are automatic vehicles. When we are introducing something, people are opposed to that. It's a nature. There is a theory called Rogers innovation diffusion theory. Innovation diffusion theory. When you start bring a new technology, people are opposed to it. Majority of the people are not early adopters. There are majority of the people are laggards. Laggards are like antimate investor. ඔතන ප්‍රශ්නේ ඒක නෙමෙයි. හිතන්න ඔළුවක් දීලා තියෙනකොට without using that, only by giving parameters, you write a paper. There are certain things called ethics in writing. Ethics කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා research ethics කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා. We are initially violating the ethics in research. Second one, we are not using our intellectual capacity to build up some sort of arguments. ඔය සමහර build up කරන arguments උත් වැරදි. මම ඒක ටෙස්ට් කරලා බලනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ AI generate කරන සමහර arguments වැරදි. එයා generate කරන argument එකට running with අපි කියමු දේශපාලන argument එකක් කියලා if it is that Ranil Wickremesinghe will be taken as a politician only. But it never take that his wife is an eminent professor in Sweden. It's a argument. Got the point? ඔන්න ඔය ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙනවා. ඒකයි ඒක ඔය වැඩේ මට වුණා මම ඉන්නවා නැෂනල් ඉන්කියුබේටර් මේවයි. ඒගොල්ලෝ ડોකියුමන්ට් එකක් හදාගෙන ඇවිල්ලා මම ડોකියුමන්ට් එකක් හදාගෙන ඇවිල්ලා තිබුණා මේක chat GPT පාවිච්චි කරලා AI පාවිච්චි කරලා මම මේක AI පාවිච්චි කරලා හදලා තියෙනවා. ඊට මගේ ප්‍රයිවට් සෙක්ටර් එකේ කෙනෙක් අහනවා ඉතින් මොකද මම කිව්වා හොරෙක් ඉන්නවා. මේක තමයි දැන් අවසාන උත්තරේ මම මොකද හොරෙක් ඉන්නවා. හොරා හොරකම් කරනවා. පොලිසියට ගෙනියනවා. ඊට පස්සේ හොරා කියනවා පොලිසිය ආවම මොකද හොරකම් කරේ කියලා. හොරා කියනවා එයා ළඟ වැඩිපුර සල්ලි තිබ්බා. මම චුට්ටක් එකකින් ගත්තා. ඉතින් මොකද? ඕක තමයි මට ඒකට දෙන්න පුළුවන් සරලම උත්තරය. ඒක නිසා AI use කරන එකේ there should be some amount of limitations and also ethics. Otherwise we are having මෙහෙමයි. ඔයගොල්ලෝගේ correspondence වලට use කරන්න ඕනේ. දැන් official correspondence කියන්නේ ඒක මමත් use කරනවා. Official correspondence වලදී 100% you can use. ඔයාලට ජීවිතේට ලියන්න බෑ මේ ඒ වගේ ලියුම. මම මේ ළඟදී මාර වැඩක් වුණා I'll tell you එයාට හිරේ යන්න අපිට වඩා. දැන් මට කතා කරලා කිව්වා මම මේ ඉස්සර මම කොහා එන්න මේ වැඩේ කරන්නේ. මොකද මේ පැරාමීටර්ස් කිව්වදී අපි ලියුම ලියන්න හරියට he has had his total education in English medium. පළවෙනි වතාවට යූස් කළා මට කියනවා මල්ලි මේ විදිය මට හිතා ගන්න බෑ මේ මේම මට ලියන්න ඒක අස්සම් කරගන්න කිව්වේ ෆාදර් කෙනෙක්. ෆාදර්ට එන්නුනම මේ ලියලා තියෙනවා. මේ බොරුනේ මේ සීරියස් අත්තම කතාවක් මම කියන්නේ. හැබැයි කොරස්පොන්ඩන්ට්ස් වල පාවිච්චි කරනවා. දැන් ඔය ලීගල් ડોකියුමන්ට්ස් එක මම ලියද්දි මම කියනවා මට ලීගල් ටර්ම්ස් ආර මේක ලියලා දෙන්න. නඩු දාන්න ඉන්නකොට කැම්පස් එකේ මම කියනවා මේ පැරාමීටර්ස් විතර මට මේක මේ ටික දාලා ලියලා දෙන්න. ඔය එක සයිඩ්. ඒක නිසා මම අර පොරාගේ කතාව තමයි මට ඒකට දෙන්න පුළුවන් උදාහරණ. චුට්ටක් ගත්තා. ඒකේ තමයි. ඉතින් මොකද ඔයාලට පාන්න කියලා තමයි කතා කරන්නේ. ඒකට මම පොඩ්ඩක් ඒකේ තියෙන research ethics කියලා. හැබැයි I have a doubt in the future about 2-3 years in the maybe 2028 somewhere there may be changes to the existing research ethics by incorporating AI components. ඉතාලට අපි ඔය කතාව කතා කරා. දැනට බෑ. මේ දැන් තියෙන සිටුේෂන් එකේ බෑ. ඉතාලට ෆ්‍රන්ට් වීල් ඩ්‍රයිවිං කරනවා. පුළුවන් වෙයි. ඉතාලට පුළුවන් වෙයි not now. දැන් බෑ. දැන් තාම AI කියන එක new thing to the world. ඒකයි කේස්. දෙවනි එක දැන් ඕක නෙමෙයි ප්‍රශ්නේ. අනිත් පැත්තේ ඉන්න රිවිවර් කෙනෙක්. දැන් ඔයා හොරට ගහලා ලියුමක් කියනවා. sorry paper එකක් කියනවා for a journal. Yes. Okay, only one. After this I'm going to go. Okay. Only one. I mean, we prepare a paper by using AI. Then what they know reviewer කෙනෙක්. දැන් රිවිවර් කරන වැඩේ අර ඒකේ නමක් අපේ සිටිනේ ඉස්සර පාජේ මම සමහර වචන මම කියවන්නේ නැහැ ඒක ඉස්සරහට මතකයි. ඒවා මේ මතක හිටින්න වෙන නම මතක හිටින්නේ නැහැ. මේ ඔයාලා දැන් අපි ඒකට අප්ලෝඩ් කරනවා. මේක අප්ලෝඩ් කරනවා. ඔගේ තව ඩේන්ජර් එකකුත් තියෙනවා. අප්ලෝඩ් කරන එක, ඇටච් කරන එක. දන්නවද? දැන් මගේ දුව මට මාර කතාවක් කියන මගේ අත ෆොටෝ එකක් ගාලා මගේ පාම් එක ෆොටෝ එකක් ගාලා එයා කියනවා මේකේ ලියන්න එපාලු මේක ඔයාගේ. ඒක ඒ ඩේටා එකේ තියෙනවා. මේක කියන්නේ මේක කාගේ හරි එක ඔය මගේ account එක තුරුනේ මම යන්නේ. ඒතකොට දැන් මම කියන්නේ now review කරනවානේ review අර paper එක එයාට ආපු paper එක he is going to upload to the AI platform. තේරුණාද? එයා කියනවා මෙන්න මේ එතකොට දැන් මෙන්න මේක තියෙනවානේ මට මිනිත්තුවක් දෙන්න. දැන් මේ දැන් ඒක වැහිලා. දැන් අර රිවිව් ෆෝම් එක තියෙනවානේ. you have the review form. ඔයා කියනවා මෙන්න මේ ටයිටල් එකේ දැන් පේපර් එකක් තියෙනවා. මෙන්න මේවා තමයි මේකේ තියෙන මම රිවිව් කරනවා. I have to review these things. කරුණාකරලා මට මේක රිවිව් කරලා දෙන්න. දැන් රිවිව්වත් හොරා. දැන් මොකද? මේකත් හරි. ඊට පස්සේ අරගෙන දෙනවා රිවිව්. පිටු 6ක විතර මොකද රිවිව් එකක් දෙනවා. ඔයාලට උන පිටු ගානක් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. පිටු 6ක විතර දෙන්න කියලා. දැන් ඊළඟට කියන සෙක්ෂන් වයිස් උත් දෙන්න. ඒක රිවිව්. යා කියනවා ටිකල් රිවිව් එක මෙහෙමයි, ඉන්ට්‍රොඩක්ෂන් එකේ මෙහෙමයි, ඇබ්ස්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකේ මෙහෙමයි, ටයිටල් එකේ මෙහෙමයි. ඔයාලට ජීවිතේට ලියන්න බෑ. ඔයාලට ජීවිතේට ඒ විදිහට you can't do a review like that. Live AI වලින් review කරේ AI වලින් දැන් එතකොට මම මේ කියන්න හදන්නේ දැන් ඒකෙන් කියන්නේ AI පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ නැහැ කියලා. No. We must use AI now. How? තව එක ක්‍රමයක් තියෙනවා. ඔයාලට පුළුවන් rewrite කරන්න. You look at what is there and rewrite. එතකොට ඒ rewrite කරපුවාම ඒක අර නිකන් මේ මොකක්ද ඒකට කියන්නේ paraphrasing වගේ කතාවක් නේ. ඒක මේ ඒකේ content එක ඔයා ලියනවානේ meaning එක ගන්න. meaning එක verify කරනවා original source එක. then there is no. ඔතකොට ඔය සමහර මේ references එකෙන් පට්ට බලන්න. ඊළඟට paper එක කියවනවා. You read the paper, you read the review outcome from the AI tool and compare and see, okay, what are the desirable points there and take them. It's a very relevant. With the point, you think that in the future, very near future, the world will be moving to AI tools. අපිට ඒක නවත්තන්න බැහැ. ඒතකොට දැන් මම ඉස්සර පත්‍ර ආටිකල් එකක් ලියන්න පත්‍රයට ආටිකල් එකක් ලියන්න I took more than 2-3 days collecting data and all. දැන් මට ඕනේ නැහැ. මට විනාඩි 10යි 15යි යන්නේ data ටික. After that I write. So that's the conclusion of your part. Therefore reviewing and writing part is going to be more easier, more convenient, more comfortable in the future, but you need to bound by ethics. That is my final word at this presentation. Any questions, anything you can ask. If I am okay, I'll definitely answer that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. It was really an insightful presentation. The thing is like when you was talking about this is not to the papers and all sort of things.
Yeah.
Now this AI has been a big challenge when it comes to the patent drafting.
Okay.
Because like now if you take the research articles, just like what is being said in the research papers, when it comes to the patent documents, you expose everything.
Yes, yes.
So when now sad part is now there are many people who are using AI to draft patents, and ultimately your novelty of the invention is already gone for public domain before it
right.
gets to get the patent.
Yes.
So I mean, just this is beyond this topic, but I really want to, because there are researchers,
Yes.
what I really want to tell you is never use AI for patent drafting. Because that is the point where you automatically destroy your novelty, and that is the place where you are going to bring your idea into your prior art.
Thank you very much for your. You are from Patent Bureau?
No, I'm from National Innovation Agency.
Okay, very good. Any other questions or anything? Okay.
So when you discussing that, it was highlighted the subject matter one person should be reviewed. That is especially when it comes to the academic and all that. When it comes to the normal technical paper, is it possible to review by another party, those who don't have the basic review of that subject? But as a layman or as a normal reader, can he see the his perspective and give a comment on the technical paper?
No, that is something else. Technical paper has to be reviewed by a person who is expertising that paper. That is something else. Second one, when it comes to, there is a technique called, Delphi technique. Have you heard Delphi, nominal groups, that type. So we can form a kind of a nominal group and we can invite laymen to that, and we can get their, we can present our, whatever the document, and we can get their ideas also, because that is something else, right? When it comes to documents or reports. But a report has to be evaluated by a person who is expertising that area. That is, it is very, very important. That's why I wanted to highlight that. Actually, Madam was raising some sort of a thing. In certain cases, whatever people are not in the domain, but supervising some sort of things. And also, it happens in certain cases also. It is very, it is not good actually. So therefore, the person should have a high level of technical expertise. And the other thing, how we got here? Now, we social science subjects and student my student is talking about green entrepreneurship. I don't know about green entrepreneurship. Both of us read the subject today. I'm not a qualitative. I'm a girl qualitative researcher. So I read qualitative methodology. That can happen. Yes.
Talking about the regulation. So, regulation, we have a workshop and basic knowledge was given to the people. So they know the basic knowledge about regulation. But if you, for example, if you take coconut development council, they have also submitted paper, but it will be given to the not to a person who is involved with the coconut industry.
There are a few stages. First stage is, first part is a technical evaluation has to be done by a feasibility of the project and all has to be actually evaluated by an expert. Then how laymen see that? Coconut cultivators, you need to have a kind of a 360-degree evaluation for such things. Again, component stakeholders. There are some other stakeholders. You need to get their ideas also to improve the document.
I want to make one clarification in that also regarding, when you say molecular biology or microbiology, it's a vast field, right? The expertise comes in a particular area because people, academics or anywhere, lot of people use molecular biology.
Yes.
What I am clarifying is that the expertise come in a particular area.
Yes.
And thesis like thing, when you send for the examiners, definitely that particular that expertise.
I agree with you. Because now, when we were doing our PhDs, we took a small part of a certain domain and we didn't do everything in innovation. I did my research in innovation and entrepreneurship. Small part, and I did it. So yeah, I agree with you, and it's correct. Yes. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your responses.
Conclude the session from Professor Tissa Ravindra Perera, and thank you very much, sir, for your insightful lecture with practical examples. Now I will cordially invite Professor Shironika Karunanayaka to deliver her lecture. We will stop this session at 1 o'clock.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. I know this time may be not very good, but I've been given half an hour and asked to maybe limit it even to 25 minutes. Well, I'll try my best. And I think most of the important things would have been discussed. I was listening to the previous professor's presentation also to some extent. So some certain things might be repetitive because looking at the topics that has been delivered since morning, certain things might be repetitive, right? So I hope you will excuse for that. But I think this you can consider like a summary of everything, and after lunch also there's another session. So both you can consider like summary of the whole process. CPD MOOCs के देवनी को NSF के लिए तेरे दिन पहले NSF first. Oh. Right. Okay, so this is the topic given to me. As I know, you are all reviewers of this particular conference or whatever. I mean, you are going to be reviewers, right? So the aspect I have been given to discuss is about ensuring rigor, clarity, and consistency in submissions, quality checks by reviewers. Because as you know, now after all this, I mean even the previous presentation, we were very concerned about ensuring the quality of these manuscripts or the articles that are being submitted either to a conference or to a journal in that case. So it's a research-based publication, so the quality is very important. So I have organized in this way. I think already you are agreeing with it. I believe you agree with this thing. Your responsibilities. The reviewers has a responsibility. So that's why you are reviewing, right? Reviewing is to ensure that there's quality. So we have, I mean, we are all reviewers. I'm a reviewer as well. I'm a journal editor-in-chief in 2 journals, and I'm a reviewer as well. So we have responsibility of ensuring this clarity and rigor and structural consistency. So that's one aspect we are going to discuss or look at. Then of course, being impartial and maintain confidentiality, right? Because it's blind, we usually call it double blind peer review, because usually two reviewers do that independently without revealing the reviewers' names to the authors, right? So that's why it's blind, and both of them also should not be in contact, so that there will be more, that you are ensuring that confidentiality. And we have to give feedback. Now, after reviewing, it's not just reviewing, but we have to give feedback for these authors to improve. If there are shortcomings, we have to give feedback. That feedback should be very constructive. Right? That's another thing we have to understand as our responsibility as reviewers. Right? Because sometimes that doesn't happen, unfortunately, but as reviewers, we have to understand these responsibilities. Right? Okay, so if we go into these quality checks, now the focus is on quality. So what are the aspects you are going to check in terms of quality? Right? So there can be various aspects that you can check in a paper or a manuscript that has been submitted by an author or a group of authors. Right? So the conceptual and theoretical. Any research-based article should have some conceptual and theoretical base. Right? You just can't write something without a base. So that base. Then the methodology. The methodology has to be sound. It should be very clear and presented in a clear manner as well. Then, of course, the results and the interpretation. Then the clarity of the structuring and the writing style. Then the consistency between different sections, internal consistency. Now, when we review papers, sometimes we say, so now especially the previous presenter was talking about this AI generated papers, which has become a real big issue for all, editors are facing such a big issue because we are getting so many, the quantity has increased because of AI, right? So then we see all these, inconsistencies and all those things. And the ethical compliance as well as the contribution to the field, whether there's any contribution to the specific field of study and the significance of that research, right? So those are the things we have to consider. Those are the key things. There may be other things as well, but key things that we should consider, key aspects we should consider when we are checking the quality. So if we quickly take one by one of these aspects, what are you looking at in a paper about the conceptual level? What are the expectations? What are the requirements? Or what do we expect from a paper in relation to conceptual and theoretical rigor? So is there a clear research problem, right? And has it been justified that there is a research problem? Then the literature review, whether the literature has been reviewed and integrated to support that, especially up-to-date literature, right? And there are a lot of issues when we look at the literature because of this AI. Most of the time we can't see the connection between the literature review and the research done. Currently. But based on the literature, is there a strong conceptual or theoretical, if it's theory-based, theoretical framework? And whether there's a logical alignment between these things, between the framework they have identified through the literature review and the research questions that are formulated after that, right? So now when we understand this process, now as a researcher, this is the usual process we go through. So when we are checking as reviewers, what should we check? The alignment of the research questions or research objectives. It depends on our hypothesis. In that case, if it's a quantitative one, if it's a qualitative one, or whether it's a mixed methods, right? The alignment, whether they are clearly aligned and they are connected logically. And of course, the connection with the literature review, the quality of the literature review, that's very important. Whether it's current, comprehensive, and whether the researcher has identified the gaps in the literature or first, you have theoretical review and empirical review, whether both aspects have been addressed and whether research gaps have been identified, and whether the research questions have been formulated aligned with these things. Right. Now, I'm going each step, the previous steps that I had in my previous slide. Then, based on that, the researcher would have formulated, identified the method. Now, methodological rigor is the other important thing, whether the researcher has selected an appropriate method. Now, most of the time we see, the trend is to say I used mixed methods so that it to be on the safe side. But if it's mixed methods, even there are specific research designs. So you have to evaluate whether the specific research design is clear and whether it's appropriate to analyze this research problem. And the sampling, under methodology, the sampling, whether it's adequately done, whether it's clear, the data collection procedures, tools, and transparency in data analysis. Now when you read the paper, you can see as a reviewer, you should be able to see whether all these things have been really done. Because of this, if you have not really done a research properly, just written something, out of, AI or whatever, using any other tool, then you can, as a reviewer, if you are a good reviewer, you can really identify when you are reading it. Then the results. Now, after that, the results and the interpretation of the results. Whether the researcher really understand the, the data analysis methods, whether they are justified, whether they are accurate, and sometimes the interpretations are not actually linked with the actual results. These are the things we see when we review papers, right? So accurate interpretation and reporting, because based on that only you formulate the conclusions, right? So whether all these things are aligned. Most of the times, when we review, we see these things are not aligned properly. So when we identify them, we should be able to give them constructive feedback. Sometimes, especially the novices, they might not know. So as reviewers, rather than criticizing or giving very negative comments, our responsibility is to give constructive feedback so that they will realize where is the shortcoming. They might not see it, right? So give constructive feedback so that they will understand, okay, this is where the shortcoming is. Where you identify, you have to give the comments. So, and also whether the results have been reported clearly with tables, graphical, using different data presentation methods, and consistency between the narrative, because not just presenting results, but you have to interpret the results. Sometimes you don't see the interpretation, right? And the findings, whether they are really based on the results. Sometimes they tend to overgeneralize the findings, right? Then whether there are any limitations, whether it's been acknowledged. And of course, the writing part. Sometimes very good researchers are there, but unfortunately the presentation is not good. The presentation means now somebody is going to read your publication. Then it should be very clear and using academic language, the tone, the logical flow between each section, right? Using these linking words. And when you read, sometimes the author will have a lot of things in his or her mind. They will try to put everything because they might not see that the logical flow is not, because they know what they have done, if they have done the research, right? So when somebody else read it, like a reviewer reads it, if we can't see the logical flow, then it's like a confusion. then we have to give proper feedback there. And of course, every journal or any conference proceedings, they have their unique formatting requirements that differs from journal to journal, or that conference proceedings, the team, but they will give guidelines. Author guidelines are given. So whether they have adhered to all those requirements, especially whether they have adhered to the requirements of that particular thing. For example, even referencing, how you present the tables and figures. Now, most of the current journals and conference proceedings, they adhere to the APA method, the version APA 7th version, right? So even the tables and presenting how the tables and figures according to the APA 7th version. But some conferences might be adopting some other things. So you have to check what is the requirement of that particular conference or the journal, and whether they have adhered to that that requirement. Then consistency. Whether earlier also I mentioned about this alignment, and also that's related to that. Now, for example, sometimes we see the numbers or the results presented in the table are not tallying with the interpretation. These are the usual things we see in some quickly done research papers, right? Some of you already, you may have some experience like that. There should not be any contradictions between what you narrate or what you interpret and what you have presented, right? They should be consistent. Then referencing, I mentioned, sometimes they might be using Harvard, so that has to be, according to the requirement. And one very usual mistake, usual issue is what you have cited in the cited in text are not appearing in the list, or the list is a totally different one and you have given some citations in text. That happens when you use AI, because the AI will give lot of bogus citations, right? Bogus citations means that when you search, it's not there. And they, sometimes the researchers do not realize that. So if you have really not read that literature and reviewed the one, then it's obvious when there's a mismatch between the in-text citations and the reference list. And the ethical compliance, right? That's also very important. Actually, regarding this AI, now I don't know whether you know, APA has now, because this AI has created a lot of ethical issues. And we, as he said, it's very difficult to identify also sometimes because of the humanizing and all. But because of this issue is applicable everywhere, not only to us, global issue, APA has come up with some suggestions on to make it more transparent. Okay, you can't stop people using AI. So they have come up with some guidance on how to acknowledge the use of AI, right? So if you just search, now there's no time for me to search and show you now, but if you search APA guidelines for AI usage, they have come up with a set of guidelines for authors to be transparent and mention whether they have used AI and in what manner. So that is the ethical part of it. So you don't hide that you have used AI. You can't stop it also, and you can use it to some extent. Ethically, you can use AI, right? Because efficient, if you have limited time, people do it. But there's a way of doing it ethically, because that's only a tool. Now we use Google search to Google and find articles. That's also a tool, no? So similarly, AI is also another technological tool. So we can't stop people using the tool, but you have to use the tool ethically. So that's why they have come up with this set of guidelines. You can search and find out, even now you can search and find out APA guidelines for AI usage. It's there, right? But as it's an sort of an evolving thing, we don't know what can happen. So they are trying to resolve the issue to some extent by giving these guidelines. Then that's about the transparency, right? So, okay, so, and of course we look at the contribution, the significance of that paper, whether it has some value, whether the paper is giving some contribution to the academia or that particular field, or is that something we already know. Now research is finding out whether something new to be contributed to the system. So whether it's originality, the significance, the contribution, the relevance of it, those are the things the reviewer has to look at. And as I mentioned, providing feedback. Now after doing all these quality checks, to give very constructive feedback, that's really important, because that's where we can support the authors to improve their shortcomings. So that's another responsibility we have, not only reviewing, but give very specific constructive feedback, focusing both on strengths and weaknesses, right? There may be strengths, there may be shortcomings. So highlight both and avoiding personal comments. Sometimes, unethical comments might be there, so that should be avoided, and maintain confidentiality, right? And recommendation. Usually you are asked to give a recommendation. Accept without revision, accept with minor revisions, or major revisions are needed, or reject. Now if you reject, you have to give very clear justification why you are rejecting the paper, right? Because if the methodology is totally wrong, sometimes you might have to reject. Or if you see if it's very obvious there's no research has been done, and this is just, we get such papers also where when you read, you can see this is just a totally generated, AI generated one, where no research has been done, then you may have to reject. But you have to give your justification. Now there are tools to identify, as mentioned, like Authenticate. We use this Turnitin related tool called Authenticate to check plagiarism, and AI generated percentage also measured there. Now recently we scrutinize all papers through that tool. We got 100% AI generated, right? 100%. Sometimes we get lower percentage. But the other thing is that percentages might also not be accurate. It might not be totally accurate. We can't totally depend on that percentage also, because sometimes that's also a tool. No? Sometimes it identifies. We have seen, now if we didn't copy, generate AI, but if we put some, like say, some passages in passive voice, for example, sometimes the tool identifies it as AI generated. So there are shortcomings in the tools as well. So we can't, totally depend on AI tools to write papers or to review papers or to give the recommendation also. So we have to be very careful about this. We have to be aware, that's the thing. We have to be aware of all these possibilities and, do the best we can with proper justification. Right. Similarity. Two different things. Similarity check is about plagiarism. Whether that's more accurate, because similarity check where the tool will analyze and give us the link from where that, say, a paragraph, that total paragraph has been lifted from some other article. That's plagiarism, no? Without acknowledging, if you, that happens most of the time, you copy, plagiarism is copying, right? Without acknowledging, or you have to do the literature review properly. You have to acknowledge, you have to cite. So there are rules, the ways you have to do the literature review with proper citations. If it's paraphrasing, using paraphrasing, or if you are giving direct quotes, you have to give the page number. So there are rules like that. So without that, if you just copy from somebody else's article, that happens most of the time. Then when we do the similarity check, that whole thing, the tool will show us from there where it has been taken. So proof is there. But unfortunately, AI check, you don't have that evidence. Right? They are just analyzing the way of writing and giving the result. So that's why I said similarity check is quite accurate. AI check can be accurate to some extent. We can get an idea, but we can't totally depend on it. Now, so for example, when we get a thing 100%, obviously at least 75% or 80% would have been generated. Maybe not 100%, right? Could be 100% also. We really don't know. Then, of course, to improve the manuscript. But if there are non-negotiable like methodological things or ethical concerns, then you may reject it, but give him proper justification. Would you, shall I just show some sample review forms quickly and then finish it, right? Right. So, now based on that, different journals and different conferences, they have their own review forms, right? We can come up with our own reviewer checklist as well, right? So this is something like that. I don't know whether it is visible to the back of the, that is based on, this is it's like a simple checklist. You can have these different aspects and have a criteria, right? Criteria and just yes, no and comments. This is a simple checklist. This is one. Different people use different ways. This is an example of a simple checklist. Then another thing might be real review forms which we send to our, now these are the two journals I am editor-in-chief, that is NSF Sri Lanka Journal of Social Sciences. So there we use something like this. We send this to the reviewers, right? So that's again yes, no, but you have to, we have given the, criteria based on the requirements of that particular journal. Now, for example, SLJSS is focusing only on articles relevant to Sri Lanka or South Asia. So if it's out of, some other country, so that's a basic thing. After that, the contribution to knowledge, then the literature review, the methodology. So under different aspects, specific criteria are there. So we have to check each and every criteria and give comments. Now these comments are the comments should not be just the methodology is fine or something like that, but constructive comments. That's where the reviewer's input becomes, it's not just yes and no, but the constructive comments, so that if there are shortcomings, the author will be given constructive comments to improve. So likewise, that's another example, and I will just show you the other one, which from our Faculty of Education at the Open University of Sri Lanka. I am from the Open University of Sri Lanka, by the way, Faculty of Education. So we we have this Journal of Innovative Practices in Education. So this is the one we use. Here we use a 3-point scale, not just yes, no. We use a 3-point scale, very good, moderate or poor, right? But you have to justify. You have to give comments to justify your evaluation. Now the reviewer is evaluating the paper, no? So once you do that, again the overall paper and specific comments. So we have sort of structured it like that. So overall the paper, considering the paper as a whole, and specific like the starting from the title itself, the title, abstract, the theoretical framework, methodology. Now certain things might, now we give what are the aspects to consider. For example, research methodology, results and conclusion, appropriateness, method. So we sort of give some, what do you call, things to consider when giving your comments, because sometimes the research design might be appropriate, but the data collection, the sampling might not be appropriate, or the data collection, the data analysis might be inadequate, interpretation might not be aligned. So that's what you have to see and give that constructive alignment, right? Constructive feedback. Now you can say, okay, the methodology is appropriate, however, this part should be improved, like that. Then only the author will know what has to be improved. Then the technical merit is that technical part, the presentation, the APA using the academic language and all. So then finally the recommendation. And also the reviewer can give confidential remarks to the editor also if necessary, which are not shared with the author. So finally what happens is, once you get two blind peer review from two reviewers, the editor-in-chief or the person in charge of it analyze both. There might be contradictory comments also sometimes. So the editor has a responsibility to carefully review and see what are the useful comments, review comments that will be sent to the author to improve. So the decision will also be made by the editor-in-chief, whether, now because somebody might say minor, somebody might say major, right? Then you have to make a decision. If there's a very big contrast, then you send it to a third reviewer, right? If somebody rejects totally and the other one says accept without any revisions, sometimes there are contradictions like that. That may happen, as mentioned before, if the person is not familiar with that, not in that context or that area of study or whatever. But area of study is important, but at the same time the research methodology, I mean, even though you're not totally familiar with that subject matter, you can still, if you are a researcher, you know how a research paper should be presented, right? Then you can give, but then otherwise you can inform the editor-in-chief, I'm not willing, I'm not available for reviewing this paper due to this thing. Better to do that rather than doing an unfair decision, rather than giving an unfair decision to the author, as some examples were shown before. Right. Okay, so I will stop there because I think you must have your lunch break. Then after that we'll discuss. If you have any questions or anything to discuss, we'll take that after the lunch break. And there's another topic that we will cover after the lunch break. Right, thank you. I think after that, as he said, you are going to have more discussions, then you all can clarify. So, okay, this is like a summary of the whole process, right, overall process. Then I will quickly go through each step. So, first part is submission of the manuscript. Now, I am using the research, from that context, those terminology. Anyway, you submit the first you do your draft several times, but then you submit it. That is when the author is happy about his or her written article or the manuscript, you submit it. Then what usually happens is in the journal context, in the editorial office, you do something called desk screening. That is, you look at, certain basic requirements. Then it goes to a pre-screening stage. Then only you put it to the peer review process, right? So I will go through each of these steps quickly in detail. Then in the peer review process, this, as I mentioned before, the double-blind peer review process happens, and a decision is made whether it can be accepted or not, or with minor revisions or major revisions or whatever. Then they have to, they have to do these revision rounds. Then finally, once it's come to the accepted level, then you do the copy editing part, the technical part, proofreading, language editing if needed, and then final typesetting, the layout, all those things are needed to be in a common format. Then finally you publish. That's the overall process, right? So if we quickly go through one by one these stages. Now, the author has a responsibility to submit the manuscript adhering to the guidelines given by that particular journal or the, that particular committee. I mean, whoever, now in your case, whoever authority should have given some guidelines. So it's author's responsibility to adhere to the guidelines, right? Then there may be certain required documents also, like maybe like a cover letter, because it's double-blind peer review is happening. Usually the author's names are not included in the manuscript itself. Otherwise, there can be biases if the reviewer knows the author. In the I am talking about the research case, right? I don't know in your context whether that's applicable or not, but that's the usual. That's how it usually happens. Anonymized version, so no recognition of the author should be there in the paper. All those should be in a separate cover page. That cover page is not sent to the reviewer, so that reviewer doesn't know. Then ethics approval. In research, of course, ethics approval, I mean in educational institutions you have to get the ethics approval before doing any research, so that's there. Maybe it's not relevant here. And any other statements, conflict of interest if there is such things. Then of course the plagiarism screening, word limits. Usually the word limit is given. Most of the time the word limit either exceeds or it's below the word limit, then it gets rejected. Then acknowledgement is usually, now if there are several authors, there must be a corresponding author. If there are, sometimes there are 2 or 3 authors, there must be a corresponding author. Always the correspondence will happen between that corresponding author. So at desk screen stage, what happens is, you initially check for this plagiarism, right? You use this software. I will use Authenticate here, both here at NSF and at OUSL. Authenticate is, it's related to Turnitin, like it's similar to Turnitin. Then they check the basic requirements, the word count, whether they, if those things are not there, like formatting according to the required author guidelines, then the declarations, if any of those things are not there, it's sent back to the author. That's the desk rejection part, desk review part. I won't go into the forms because it may be not relevant to you all, but we use forms at each of these stages so that it's consistent, right? There should be consistency, So you check all these things, tick, 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 whether it's there or not. If something is missing, say the word count is exceeding largely, if it's like you can accept about 5 to 10%, you can accept, but if it's exceed quite a lot, then you send it back, giving the reason, right? Desk rejection, you have to give the reason why you are rejecting it, or if it's out of scope, or if it's not done according to the format given, right? So it can be any of those things. Then you send it back to the author asking these things are not according to the author guidelines. Please resubmit the corrected or improved version, right? Then if it passed that stage, if everything is there, the preliminary requirements, then we do something called pre-screening, right? Now, pre-screening is, now I'm referring to this journal publication procedure, right? I prepared it according to that, but you can make it relevant to your, whatever the stages you are in. Pre-screening, what happens is, there's a board, no, there's an editorial board. So that is done by the one of the editorial board members before sending to the reviewers. That's another screening stage. Again, you look at the quality of the paper, whether this is suitable enough to be reviewed, because you should not be wasting time of the reviewers. Most of the time it's voluntary. Even though NSF might be paying something, they are paying something, but most of the journals do not. Most of the journals, I am a reviewer of so many international journals, it's a voluntary work. They are all academics in, certain high positions, professors and, very busy people in the fields, but they are doing it as part of their academic, work. So we should not be wasting time by sending poor quality papers to them. So that's why we do this pre-screening, whether it means the minimum quality standards. Now we talked about the quality checks in the previous session. So you look at the minimum, whether this is good enough to be considered for publications, to be sent for peer review. Then if it's suitable, you recommend 2 or 3 reviewers. Even though it's double blind, you only need 2, but just in case somebody says, sorry, I can't do that, then you waste time. Therefore, usually you look at about 3 to 4 reviewers, priority base. If one says no, you go to the next one. You contact 2 people, and then if somebody declines, you go to the next person likewise. Then again we have a form there. I am not going to the forms here because of, to save time. Then you assign the reviewers. Now when assigning reviewers, it's important to see whether it's within their scope. The expertise. As we discussed earlier also, some areas we might not be able to review based on our own expertise, right? So when we are suggesting reviewers also, we should have some idea whether that person would be able to do a proper review of this thing. Because if the person doesn't understand that context at all, it's unfair by the author, right? So when you're assigning reviewers, always think whether their expertise is relevant with the manuscript, the area, and no conflicts of interest. That's the other thing. Otherwise, now say if the person is the supervisor of the author, then there may be conflict of interest. Biases can be there, right? So that's another thing. And also whether they have some experience in past review. Well, somebody has to start to get the experience also, that's another thing. But still, if you have some experience, that's always useful. Then you send the invitations. You don't send the full paper at once. You send the invitations with the title and the abstract and asking whether you are willing to. You have to get the consent, right? Whether you are willing to review this. Then they will look at it and see whether it's within their expertise and whether they have the time to do that. And after they accept only, we send the full paper with the review form. Now review form I earlier showed you, so that different institutions prepare in their own way, but that form is important because consistency again, because within each reviewer should be looking at the same aspects, right? Otherwise it's unfair by the author, right? So when you send it, it goes through the peer review process. So these 2 reviewers independently review and they submit these detailed review reports, as I showed you, not just the evaluation, not just yes, no, not just, or the scale, very good, moderate or poor, but with comments. That's very important. Constructive comments are needed. Some reviewers don't do that. That is not good, because the authors should be given feedback to him. If you are saying minor revisions or major revisions, definitely you should give comments. If you say accept without any revisions, usually you don't get papers like that, right? Something can be improved always. So please give that constructive comments to the author, and then you can, the selection of this accept minor revisions, major revisions, accept means accept without any revisions, right? Or with minor revisions, major revisions, or reject. You have to be very frank about that. You know, you should not have any biases. It should be purely based on the quality of the paper, not because you know the person, or you can guess who is this, or not because of that, but really you have to be very frank and transparent. Not transparent, I mean, you have to maintain that quality of your review also, so that you give a justifiable decision and justifiable reasons for your decision. Then also you may, if you think you have to give some confidential notes to the editor, that also you can do. If not, you can leave it blank. Then finally, based on the two reviews, as I mentioned, the editor-in-chief will analyze both reviews, right, and decide. The editor-in-chief is the person who is deciding. As I mentioned, there may be, sometimes both may have given the same decision, both reviewers. That also happens. They give the same comments, because that shows that has been reviewed properly by both people. If similar things, they have done it independently. But sometimes there can be very contrasting feedback. Then the editor has a role to play there. You have to review both carefully. Then you have to review the paper and see what are the relevant feedback and what are the irrelevant ones. You should not put everything, then otherwise the author will get confused. One person is saying this, one person is saying the other way around. So you have to manage that. So that's the main editor's role. Then you give feedback, consolidated reviewers' feedback, and editorial instructions for revision. The decision is also given, whether it's accepted with minor revisions, major revisions. You give a timeline also. Right. Then, okay, so this is what's happening in minor revision. Now you give a timeline, submit this again. Then you ask the reviewers whether they are willing to do a second round of review, right? Because the same review, it's very good if the same reviewer can do the second round of review. But you can't force that on people. You have to get their consent. If they are very busy, sometimes they might not agree. But most of the time, reviewers agree, because they also have that interest. No? So whether it has been improved according to the comments or suggestions made by the reviewer. Then once they send it back with either major revisions or minor revisions, you also have to ask the authors to send back the paper highlighting the changes made. Otherwise the reviewers can't identify. You can't review it from the beginning, no? Right? So the same paper, where you have improved, you have to show either highlight or in a different color. And also you have to send a table form. I think the previous lecture also it was something like that was shown. The reviewers' comments, authors comment back on it, right? Say if the reviewer has said do this, then author has said this was done, and where, which page. Then it's easy. It makes the reviewer's task easy to quickly refer back to the paper and see whether the corrections have been made. Right? If the author feels this something cannot be done, the author can explain that also. Sometimes the reviewer may have misunderstood something, then the author can explain. So I think that's a good practice to get give reviewers feedback and get authors' comments back on the feedback as well, and how the changes are made. So we send a format to the authors with the review comments. Please send back the improved version, highlighting where the changes have been made, and with that table giving your responses to each of the comments made by the reviewers and the page number where that change has been made, right? Then, yeah.
Sometimes ago, as a three of this article, we have submitted it to the journal. Then after reviewers' feedback, there were 3 reviewers. So all of those reviewers suggest major revision.
Major
revisions.
Okay.
So editor decision is major.
Major,
revision.
yeah.
So what I want to say is that if we address the comments very good, then it will be accepted. Then we all the comments we address them and submit it. Without the editor in chief, without referring those to the reviewers, he accepts the paper. That we submit the reviewers comment. He said what he said was, you have addressed all the reviewers' comments very effectively, so your paper has been accepted. So it's a very rare case I experienced.
Without sending it back to the reviewers again.
After major revision, it is a SCI and Index journal. The editor-in-chief is a very eminent professor in that
International journal.
International Springer journal, actually. So what I want to say that actually we address the comments very nicely and in a tabular format, referring each and every point, even the page numbers.
You have to do that. Yeah.
So the thing is that we have to involve the process very with our heart. So
of course.
Then we will have the good feedback.
Feedback,
so
yes.
What I ask in this audience is also that we have collectively involved this process. Then we can have good articles to be published in a proceeding book. That's a very rare case.
I also haven't heard. I mean, usually that happens if there's minor revisions. You know, if there are minor revisions, no need to send it back. If the editor can see clearly that has been addressed adequately, no need to send it back to the reviewers again. But if it's major revisions, usually we send it back because the reviewers have to check carefully. But what you are saying is correct. It's the author's responsibility to make sure that procedure is made easy for the reviewers to see that you have made an effort to improve your article, right? So that will help both parties. That will help you also to realize what you have improved, and the reviewer also do a good job, right? So then sometimes the review, sometimes it has to be 2-3 times. Certain papers, you know, sometimes even we keep on sending again, comes with more, still not improved up to the expected level. So you have to keep on sending. Finally, it's a very strenuous process actually. Editor's work is not easy. You have to spend a lot of time on this process. Then finally, once the editor is satisfied that all, because it's everything is about the quality. Everything is based on the quality of that publication, right? So once you are satisfied, then you inform the author, okay, your paper is accepted for publication. So that's we send with like congratulations, your paper, so they get that feeling, okay, finally my paper got accepted. Sometimes in journals it takes about more than 1 year, right? Certain journals, right? But the predatory journals, as mentioned, within 1 or 2 days they get accepted, but very low quality, where you pay and get published for different reasons. but that is very unfortunate. I totally agree with those ideas mentioned before. That's that's happening mainly in this our Asian context, and even in our country also many people are doing. We can see the trend. They see a trend of doing such publishing, which is very unfortunate, because then you are not a researcher then actually. So you are not going through that rigorous research process. So you send this, then once it's accepted, you went through this production process. That is also very important, because finally the production is the one which goes to the public, right? It might be produced online only, or print and online, or print only. It depends on the the institution. So you have to do this copy editing where you are checking, especially the language checking is done, because especially in our context, language difficulties might be there. So language editing, then the structural integrity, the flow. You look at the formatting, referencing. You check all references, right? You should not consider that the reviewer has checked. Sometimes you can't think the reviewer has checked all the references. Before final publishing, you have to have some editorial assistant to do that, do all this technical checking, right? Technical checking, then typesetting. Then now the publication is going to be something in a very nice format. You have your own format, tables, figures properly done. Then finally final thing, you send it back to the author for proofreading, and not to make any changes, just to proofread whether any errors are there. Minor errors can happen. So once they send it back, you do the publishing. So usually, I will quickly come to that. DOIs, digital object identifiers, are given, where I will come to that. And then the cover design, all those technical things are done. Table of contents. Then you publish it and you place it in some repository, digital. Usually nowadays everything is placed in a digital repository where people can easily access and read. Print is not happening much now, because print cost is very high, and it's easy to publish and access online. So most of the time now they are placed in digital repositories. So layout guidelines, I am going to skip these things, because usually the layout things has to be in good quality. The font you use, the size of the font, the clarity, the line spacing, everything is important, right? Everything is important. Then the design guidelines are there, the color scheme, even the white space of, all those things are important. I'm not going to read all those things. In any publication, when you publish anything, those things are important. No? But then this is the other thing I just quickly want to address about this ISSN, IBSN, ISSN and DOIs. Now ISBN, that is International Standard Book Number, when we publish books, we get a ISBN number. When we publish journals, we get ISSN number, International Standard Serial Number, right? So we call them serials also. Then how to do that? You have to apply it through our national ISBN, ISSN agency in Sri Lanka. That's the National Library and Document Services Board. So I have given the link here. When you go there, they give all this instruction how to apply. There's a form. Very nominal amount is charged, and your institution will do that for you. You have to apply, and they will quickly give the number. Then the other one is, so that's good to have that, so that it's a recognition of your publication, right? Then that's a unique identifier. So once you have that, it's in their database. So if you go there and search, your publication will be visible with that ISBN or ISSN. Then digital object identifier, DOI, that's also important, especially for research papers, DOI. I don't know whether it's relevant here. That's usually handled by that. Now, in this case, NSF, not NSF, sorry, we publish, NSF journals are published, most of the open access journals in Sri Lanka published through Sri Lanka Journals Online, SLJOL, that which is also handled by NSF. So they do the DOI. Everything published in SLJOL, they get the DOI for us. And you get a unique identifier for each paper. Each paper you get the DOI, right? Okay, so getting indexed quickly, I don't know whether that's relevant, but getting indexed is another important thing, especially for journals, because index journals are the considered, quality, but it's not easy to get indexed. You have to maintain, or you have to make sure that your journal is up to that quality standards. They have a list of criteria to be fulfilled, very strict publishing standards, peer review, and like Scopus and Directory of Open Access Journals, then Web of Science. These are the recognized indexes. There are so many. And they give guidelines on how to get a publication index. So if you adhere to all those, they give very clear guidelines. So when you go through the guidelines and make sure that your publication adheres to all those required criteria, then you can put your application, and they will take some time to review, like 3-4 months to review, and then you will get your journal index if you meet that criteria. But the thing is, once you get it done, it's not over there. You have to maintain the quality as well. If it's continuous process of the journal especially, you have to maintain as well. That's the post-indexing maintenance. Okay, so that's it. I think I have maintained your timeline.
Only one question from me, that we want to assign DUIs to this our article. Is there any possibility to assign DUIs to our articles? Because this is not a routine journal. This is a kind of proceeding book.
That's the thing. Yeah. That's the DOIs are now assigned to each article, no?
Yeah.
So overall the thing. So who is responsible? Like now here, as I mentioned, here the SLJOL handles this for us. So you have to have some publisher or a repository where you are there.
We have to think about it, but we can obtain ISBN.
Yeah, that you can. That's for the overall thing, no?
Yeah.
They are the DOI. Yeah, you can go to this. Actually, I think individually you can't do that.
Yeah.
So you can, get.
Pay some money if we are going to individually. Because
Probably.
They charge $0.15, I think,
per article. That's the thing.
It's a very tedious task, I think.
Yes.
But through SL,
You can through SLJOL means then you have to publish it in SLJOL, no? Again, there's an application process, right? But since you are at NSF, since you are linked with NSF, you can get the information from here. I'm sure they will help you. Yeah, I think Mr. Pujita is handling that part. You can check with them how to get it done. Right. Any quick questions or any comments or anything before I finish? Yes. Sorry?
Yeah, you can
email the presentation. Okay, I will email it to you. Both. Okay. If you don't have any questions, then I will stop and hand it over to. Okay? Right. Thank you. Pen drive.
Okay, thank you, Professor Shironika Karnanaka, for the insightful and practical example you explained the editorial process. So now we are going to our lecture session, session 5. It is the last of the lecture series. I cordially invite Professor Sunitra Pereira to deliver her lecture.
It's a very good afternoon. So I've been asked not for a lecture. I think just to wrap up everything so that you have already gone through throughout the day, and also just to foster certain questions for discussion. So I think this is a timely workshop. So I wonder because sorry I missed the morning part of this due to my other commitments. So I wonder, because this, as per the workshop, is aimed to basically RIA proceeding publication. But I think throughout the previous session, I think you take through the journal publication process. So I just want you to raise your question. That this session is going to be Q&A session, because since you have much more, learn a lot throughout the day. But the next step is how we are going to make ourselves, adhering to what we have learned, and how to make it, the more implementation stuff. Because learning is not meaningful if we are not making it for the benefit of mankind. So in order to do that, because throughout the day you spend lots of time, our resource persons also, so very comprehensive sessions conducted. So now, so I would like to ask how you should start the process, and what are the obstacles, problems normally we come across, and are there any places for us to go for, to rectify our day-to-day, problems, and also how to make ourselves better in order to report the stuff at the end. But at the end, we all are doing the same thing, because we should be able to contribute to the existing quantum of knowledge while disseminating. So whatever the knowledge that we gain through our day-to-day exercise, it could be research, because we all engage in all the time research, because we all are working with human beings. So you live with human beings, that means you are living with kind of research environment. So let me just thank first NSF for organizing this sort of timely workshop, and also inviting me to initiate final wrap-up discussion. So first I will give first 5 minutes, maybe you may pose questions, or maybe if not, I will raise a couple of questions. Yes.
First, I will take the opportunity.
Thank you.
Our task is that we have conducted a workshop on September, that is on regulatory impact assessment.
Assessment, yes.
So we have about more than 100 participants.
Okay, great. From the government and government sectors, yes. Okay.
From their side, they gave us the technical expertise.
Okay, great.
With that workshop, we request those persons to submit experience notes.
Exactly.
It's not a kind of research paper.
Yeah, exactly.
It's more like a review paper.
Yes.
What existing regulation and so on.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
What can we do?
Good.
So within their context, provide us about 21 experience notes.
No, okay.
So we want to publish this as a concurrent proceeding book.
Okay, great.
So, because the regulation impact assessment is very new to Sri Lanka.
Yes, true.
It's the initiative. So what we need is that technical capacity has been to some extent that those people got it.
Yeah, okay.
From that workshop.
Yeah,
now,
right.
This workshop we
Is
want
the
to give the how to review the, because these are technical reports.
Yeah.
So we have limited people
Hmm.
to review them.
True.
So we want to empower with reviewing capacity
Skills,
for those
skills,
people
yes,
also.
true.
So we will peer review the articles. So they have now fulfill all the requirements for reviewing the articles and publishing.
Publishing.
So we don't have any problem, I think, with these lectures. So they have the quality as well as technical aspect. Now, within 1 month time, we want to publish this book after review.
Okay.
So we don't want to give
Yeah.
so much time to review articles.
Yeah, true.
I suppose to give only 2 weeks. We have an editorial
Committee as well, yes.
and this is our additional secretary. He is the advisory board of that editorial
Okay, great.
board. But even he can also
Contribute to-
as article.
Yeah.
There's some section in that proceeding. This is the situation now we are in.
Yeah.
So we want to.
We have very short period of time, yes. Yes, thank you very much for updating the stuff. So I would suggest, because when we do collaborative, this is kind of going to be collaborative exercise. So it's similar to if we look at, if we produce a book with the different chapters in the same topic, right? So when we do a collaborative work, we have to have time plan. Now already you have mentioned we have 1 month. So 1 month, so then you have to start from the deadline, and we have to plan backward planning. So if you want to produce within a 1 month, for me too short, but maybe because that will when it comes to since you have collected all the notes already, the first
1 month
yes
finalize the book.
yes,
Because we already have the articles.
and the reviewing process gone through already through 1 month, yeah.
After
Yeah.
some review, because most of the articles are up to certain standards.
Standards,
So 1
yeah.
month of reviewing, I think, is enough.
Yeah.
After that, editorial decisions and some by some technical.
Yeah.
So supposed to
Complete, yes, because now you have the rigorous, part in the sense, because I know, because I also involved in couple of, editorial stuff, in especially when collaborative books are done in the spring and all. But this part, normally we plan for 6 months, so, but it's, normally extend to 1 year, because all the authors are very busy, so they have their own stuff. But the time commitment is little bit, very we have kind of limitations. So then what I would suggest you to make, maybe frequent kind of meeting or Zoom to see the progress, because it is not an easy. First you have to have a kind of, frame means that the template, how we are going to put, our stuff, maybe the same headings, introduction to until summary and conclusion, whatever. So then, but we have to keep in our minds, at the end, these documents are going to be our archival, maybe the digital databases. If we do something wrong, we can't change. So, and also in the case of this RIA document, when we do, because with the OECD experience, European, the Commission, so they have separate guidelines, and also they have separate guidelines to establish the regulatory authority when publishing this sort of proceedings, because this is very much sensitive. So we have to be carefully you have to carefully go through. First, better to have the common template. So that is good. So then you can trace back. So you haven't done this and that. So that is the very first one. The second step is we have to be adhere to the common guidelines. Common guidelines. Because suppose I do APA referencing. Other one is doing Harvard referencing. But we have each of, I think you have to be familiar with what we are going to do. So, because sometimes when we do the collaborative things, so authors are not, doing their part, but they ask their maybe juniors to do. But sometimes at the end, the responsibilities come on us, no? So that's why they have to be very, because the time commitment and also the ethical commitments are very much necessary in order to complete this one without any trouble. Since this is going to be a first exercise, so I would suggest you, since you have collected 20 articles, I think 20 people should be very committed on this maybe month. Maybe you may extend to another month and just sit together and identify strengths and weaknesses of every one of us, because normally we don't know our fault, errors and limitations, and sometimes I look at, if we 10 people look at the same thing from maybe 20 eyes, so you may get a bigger picture, no? So that is the way. And also each one of us should be able to reflect on our work genuinely by us. Because if we are putting a reference, but I think the earlier previous resource person already discussed the process of journal editing, but this is something different from journals, right? So because everyone, at the end of the day, we all are responsible to the society, no? So we have to be very careful when doing proceedings rather than when we do journal articles. That is something else, because authors' perceptions and all. So that has some kind of inductive process, no? So the deductive process sometimes. This has a little bit, it seems, inductive process. So I mean, if we can carefully go through each and every, because when I do for the collaborative exercise, we been asked to read others' articles. So while adhering to the common framework, so then we go through sometimes I may take 3 papers, so I will look at that and will pass to another person, because they will look at in different, maybe they may find different aspects are important. But this is possible doing it since you have, but I would suggest you to better to have couple of meetings consecutively with some homework. Because if you sit together and do kind of this stuff work, maybe you finish one article one day and then go for another one. So since this is going to be a first one, I think we should put some time on it and also collaborative effort on it. But sometimes some people may say this is not, but for my own experience, I see the first draft we have to do anyhow by our own, but when it comes to more, sometimes we have to fine tune everything, no? From topics, subtopics to, even the numbering, everything. So that
Then
Yes.
we have 4 technical editors.
Okay, great.
Then 3 chief editors.
Okay.
Editor in chief. Then we have editorial board, associate
Editors, I see.
about 50
Okay.
Then we have more than 25 dedicated reviewers.
Okay. Event, yeah.
With that plan, we try to cover it much as
Within, yes.
But
Yeah, I think.
This plan is for 1 month.
Yeah.
As your advice,
Yeah.
we go beyond that, but not to some extent as 6 months.
Yeah, but maybe, yeah, that's okay. Maybe 1 month you may plan first draft, completing first draft, and then get the feedback for another month you can extend and you can do. Since you have a bigger team, I think it is possible. And also when you review the most important, this nature of, proceedings, we have to check the, primary documents. Especially sometimes we cite from some others' work, not looking at the original one. So then we will face some sort of problem. Sometimes, suppose if you want to look at government gazette on or some legal clauses on the constitution. So those things I think very carefully you need to go through, and also need to cite even page and even paragraph sometimes. So this nature of work required that checking documents, very rigorously. Otherwise we will be in a trouble if someone because at the end all are going to digital repository. So that is my main concern, but it's really good that since you have all planned within a month, but I would say it will take around 3 months to complete, for my experience.
we also
Yeah.
look for your support as well, because
Yes.
I think you can support us about this process.
Yeah, process, yeah, really good, yes. Yeah, sure. And also another one thing, so I wonder whether you use for the referencing, different tools are available. Maybe if you can use like Sotero. So it is easier for us to get all references in maybe 1-2 seconds. Freely available, yes. Earlier notes we used, but now no need. All the features are available on Sotero, which I can show you from here. Maybe internet is working here, I guess.
Yes, actually when we give the answers, we can advise the authors to use that software for their reference. Better the combination of will be the learning tool.
This is easier if you can download to your own computers, Sotero. I just show you that how it's work, because it is easier. So you can use, depending on whether you use Windows and other. And also you should use this, I will use this tool, connector also, better. I will show you how easy it is. Let me just, connector also. Please download both, connector plus maybe some of you have already used this, no? Anyone in this room, have you ever used Sotero for the referencing purpose? I'm not sure whether. Huh?
Actually, I come to know this one today.
Yes, that's so I see.
Scribble.
Yeah, that is also because we have number of things. This one is, I think, much more convenient. So, so I just want to see maybe let's. You you can click download. It's this is you can you have couple of videos also. You can, this is connector also, you can install once you done. Let me check whether, yeah, this is our library, you see. In this library, we can actually, this is our main library. If you want, you can use anything. So if you want to pick different collection, you can use collections. So then in this case, this one you can use RIA for our purpose. So all the references, if you download through internet, we can get through this Zotero connector. For an example, I just say, let's say, I guess if you subscribe for this digital library, you may find maybe various things you can include. Exactly, because I didn't put the one, but anyway you are getting some sort of references. This is I think I have to put the full thing because they don't understand what. So if you want to put the so related things are coming, but this is just for an example. But you may not find the real thing in this database. Maybe we will have another database. If you go for European digital databases, there are a lot more publications available. But if you suppose you want to get some normally, if you download the Zotero, suppose Zotero connector is there, you can see the icon here, connector icon. So from the connector icon, we can get all these references into that, right? It's similar to other things, right? Then citations also easier. So everything comes here then, through the connector, right? So I'm not sure whether we have time to go through everything, but if not, suppose you are using government gazette or anything, you have to manually enter here, right? In that case, you can edit, you can use these, all the icons, you can add files, everything you can do here. But here, similarly, you can new item, all are familiar, like that Windows screen we can go, tools are available. So I would suggest you to go for this one. It is easier for everyone is using one thing. So then when you compile references, it automatically comes, It's cross-checking also easier. Manually also you can, if you need to, work on this, I can actually provide one, maybe Zoom or here, one day for the referencing stuff using this. Right? And also if you can share the reference list that you have already with your notes. So we can put everything here. I can show you maybe that's you can if you can, we can go to the computer lab if you have computers, or you can bring your laptops, so then it can be done easily.
So madam, excuse me,
Yeah.
from the morning,
Yes.
you also concerned that when we get in the AI tools, use the references, that may lead to the most of the time go the wrong direction, sometimes fake references. In that
True.
case, if we use this authentic site, it will be a problem for...
These sites are not the problem, these are the authentic information. If you go to the JSTOR, means digital library, where you can find whatever journal is the international reputed journals. Articles are there. Plenty of articles you can find, but our case, you are reporting your own experience, no? In that sense, we have to get the basic primary local documents. That means our country maybe it's referring to your maybe ministry or your specific department or maybe parliament or maybe, so we have to find out more local information, no? So that is, we have to manually add. But nowadays I see government gazette and everything on the web, right? So you can directly extract and put the title, and you have to know the way of filling all this information. It is easier because we have source. The important thing is we can extract with the PDF here. You can all the PDFs also coming with the documents. It is easier because if we want to go back to abstract, we can go abstract, or we can create abstracts. Otherwise, we have all the documents with us, supporting documents. I think this is very useful if we use this sort of, tool. Tools are available to make our life easier, rather than making ourselves, mess. I think it is good if everyone can use, agree with the one format and one, maybe here it is easier. If you are using APA, we can convert everything even within 1 second. So this is not an AI, this is a referencing tool. Used widely.
Yes. Is there
any questions? But sorry, actually, it needs some time for us to go through this exercise. But I am willing to support in this exercise. Maybe even via Zoom, maybe a little bit difficult. But if you can come with the laptops, it is easier. We can do lots more.
We have limited time.
Yes, I understand. I understand. Yeah, thank you.
Talk with the NSF and then we can
Have a separate there. Yeah, that's also. But Zoom, I prefer physical because if you face anything in your computer, so I can help.
So if
Don't worry, I will do free of charge, will come, and the problem is my time, but based on your time, I will make any arrangement. It's no problem. So just want to give this, knowledge to everyone. That's to make your life easier.
Is there any question from audience?
Any queries?
Yeah.
Any questions? We have another, now almost my time is over. Thank you very much. Sorry, actually I could not do maximum, but I wanted to because, okay, thank you so much.
I thank Professor Sunetra Pereira for her valuable opinions about the editorial process. And so today's workshop is concluded from here, and we hope to distribute the experience note to reviewers as well as to the associate editors, and we want to complete it by the reviewing process by at least 3 weeks time. So next few days you will receive the experience notes through associate editors to review. So try to review those. The one person will maximum get 2 papers, not more than 2 papers. So you can provide some feedback on those papers, technical as well as non-technical feedback. So we can go into the final draft version of the proceeding very quickly once you complete the reviewing process. So thank you very much for remaining until the end of the workshop. I know you have many works. Some are in the morning, most of them have call from their officers, so they have to leave, left the workshop. So with all of you, I thank you very much. Thank you.